Good evening. I will call to order the December 7th, 2023 meeting of the Board of Education. Welcome, everybody. We'll begin tonight's meeting with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandeño, Tataviam, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. We will now invite Ms. Sharon Kuseo forward to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance for those who would like to participate.
Okay, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Quiterio, could you conduct a roll call, please?
Member Tabbitt.
Present.
Member Poncher Kamkar.
Present.
Clerk Agakanian.
Present.
Vice President Weisberg.
Present.
President Ferguson.
Present. Okay, so all 5 members of the board are present, so we are able to proceed with the rest of the meeting and the agenda. I will say there are a number of folks here tonight. I want to make sure that we are getting everybody both through our public comment process and home. So that way you can enjoy time. It is a holiday season for those who are celebrating, and so we want to prioritize these youngins who are here with us tonight, and the young families especially who are juggling all these needs. So with that, I will say I do have some adjustments to the agenda later on, but we'll start with reporting on closed session. So item number 5 is reporting on closed session. That all items were for discussion only, no action was taken. So we'll move to item 6, which is adjustments to the agenda. This is where I will take on. If there are others from my colleagues, I'll take those right now. Seeing none. Okay, great. So first things first, we have a lot of people here. So I'm going to just say, it's kind of a blanket statement. Please speak to your 5 minutes. You will have 5 minutes to address the board. You need to stay on topic. If you don't, you will be warned once. The second time, I will ask you to conclude your comments. And finally, there are no calling out. There is no disrupting of the meeting. And this is an initial first warning. There should be no second, third, fourth warning needed, but if that's the case, I will issue a second warning. Upon the third warning, I will ask you to leave. So that is a generalized statement. We want to make sure that everybody has access to the board and everybody has equal time. And that's critical for all of us, as we know you are spending your evenings with us instead of at home with your loved ones. So with that, I am going to ask that the board consolidate the period of public comment into one period of public comment. That is your second. You already got the first warning. This is now your second warning. There is no calling out. There is no disrupting. Mr. Schlossman. Okay. We have a number of cards that were filled out. Some of these cards were filled out for agenda items last week, during our last meeting, not during this meeting. And as a result of that, they're all kind of mixed up. So I want to just take this and give everybody the time that they have asked for the 5 minutes, to come down and speak. Okay, so I will start, of course, with the agenda items specific to this agenda, and then I will go to the general public comment. Does that work with my colleagues? Sure. Seeing none, and the audience that works with you, great. Thank you for those trying to get home. With that, we will go to okay, so items for future agendas. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Ponce-Campbell.
Thank you, President Ferguson. I wanted to add an agenda item. I don't know that it needs to be at our next meeting, but we can talk about that for discussion of governance and board retreat.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I think we had discussed, this will be somebody else's problem soon enough, but doing that in January. So something that it'd be good to kind of structure that conversation. Any further items for future agendas? No. Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations and recognition. So first we'll begin with recognition of the Burbank Historical Society Essay Award winners. Dr. Promo will lead this presentation.
Good evening, President Ferguson, distinguished board members, district colleagues, and members of the audience. It is always a pleasure when we can recognize the hard work of our students. Our kiddos had the opportunity to compete in an essay contest with the Historical Society, and we had several winners. And because Dr. Agakanyan, you were at that award ceremony, if you could come forward and pass these out, that would be great. A lot of hard work. I know that writing on demand, writing in general is something that a lot of kids struggle with, but in our district, we had several that excelled and they were able to be awarded for their achievement. So when I call your name, if you can please come up. Anith Nanganori. Siddhartha Reynolds. If you can have them stay. Audrey Lynch. Fionn Knapmiller. Alyssa Viviano. Gwendolyn Hager. Adara Chi. Charlie Bungie. Board President Ferguson, can you come down? We can take some pictures.
Actually, all the board members join us.
Yeah, that'd be great job, guys. It's awesome. You guys are in front, so I'll stand in back. Okay.
Congratulations, you guys. Great work.
Ready, everyone?
Before I recognize Dr. Agakanyan to say a few words on the Historical Society and their work, I am a Burbank history nerd. I love this town and I love its history, and the Burbank Historical Society does incredible work to kind of keep those stories alive. There are so many incredible stories that made this community what it is today. We are part owners in the Hoover Dam. That was something that we were a part of building. And the stealth bomber here in Burbank. Most of the motion pictures from Disney that you all have grown up with. We're right here in Burbank. So many stories. And thank you to the Historical Society. Dr. Agakanyan.
For those of you who've never been to the museum, I ask you to go visit it. You'll be amazed not only about the history of Burbank, but if you like cars, for example, they have some very interesting classic cars in there. They have trains, some interesting items that you can ask. But also, I hope that all of you not only visit, but also support. This is a nonprofit. It does wonderful work. And in the evening of the event, they actually gave out scholarships to our students as well. So not only the students were recognized, there was food, drinks, but also they actually give out scholarships. So they need your support, and I think if you've never been there, it's a wonderful place to visit. Thank you, Board President.
Thank you. Next, it looks like the other presentation has been pulled. And before I continue any further, I do want to say to all those who are celebrating, very happy Hanukkah. It's the first night of Hanukkah. Wishing everybody warm season's greetings. And Dr. Weisberg, thanks for being with us today as you celebrate.
Weird first night of Hanukkah, but I'll make it work.
You know, we're all here and celebrating with you. So with that, we will move on to, we're done with presentations, and we'll go to, I believe it's our student board members. Yes, our student representatives. So first with Ms. Kayla Cruz from John Burroughs High School. And I believe that's everybody for tonight. Okay. You're a solo act, but still important. Good evening.
Good evening, President Steve Ferguson, distinguished school board members, Superintendent John Baramo, district staff, members of the community. My name is Kayla Cruz, ASB Vice President of John Burroughs High School, and I'm here to give my report on December 7th, 2023. Many clubs and organizations on campus are starting to celebrate the holiday season, starting with the arts. The VMA, IMA, drama, and dance departments are holding their annual holiday spectacular, A Holiday Carol, this Friday at 7, Saturday at 7, and Sunday at 2. ASB is holding their Holiday Spirit Week to close out the semester before finals. Monday, Polar Express, come in your pajamas. Tuesday, Ugly Christmas Sweater, Elf. Wednesday, Home Alone, Christmas accessories. Thursday, The Grinch, class colors. Friday, The Santa Claus, come in red and white. We are very excited to end the year with a little holiday spirit. Lean Crew is also holding their annual Cocoa and Craft for the freshman class. It will be held on December 8th during lunch. The Arts Department is holding their art and craft fair on December 13th during lunch in the quad. Be sure to come out to buy student-made crafts like slime, ornaments, and more. More with ASB News. ASB is continuing to gear up for Winter Rally on February 2nd. The theme is Avatar: The Last Airbender, with the classes decorating to match. ASB is also preparing for the Student Faculty Luncheon on December 15th. We are very excited to celebrate our teachers and faculty for all they do. I am excited to announce a new event, spearheaded by our Student Outreach Committee in early February, a Black Culture event. More information to come. Under student concerns, I have a very important topic. Students all over JBHS are impacted by the decision to fire Coach Pope last week. If any information as to why, it would be thoroughly appreciated by the students, staff, and community who greatly loved and looked up to Coach Pope. We deserve it, but most importantly, Coach deserves it. If there are any questions, I can take them now. Thank you all.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? If not, I will say, one, we take your feedback here really seriously. This is right now a personnel matter, and so we, out of privacy, respect for his privacy, as well as everybody else involved right at this moment, we are not able to comment on that. I assure you, it is so that there is an appropriate process that takes place that's equitable and that looks at everything involved and in a way that does him justice as well as everybody else justice in this process, okay? So I want you to know that that's heard and that we are doing everything we can to work through that process as quickly as possible and as fair as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback and comments. Dr. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to thank Ms. Caleb and the ASB for giving me the honor to speak to you. It was very wonderful to see all of you there, and just tell your members, I know some of them emailed me, but how to connect for future careers in medical field, and so tell them I have not forgotten about them. I will be emailing them back with some contacts for future internships.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And excited to hear about the new cultural event as well. So please keep us in the loop about that. Team over at JBHS is a little powerhouse this year. So thank you. More events. With that, we have no other student board members, correct? Okay, then we will move on to public comment. So because I did consolidate both periods of public comment, if you have a card in both sessions, you will get a total of 8 minutes to speak, just so that way I'm not taking away time and giving everybody just a chance. But we are consolidating. Once the final card has been read, we will conclude our comments for the evening. Okay, now that that is done, we will begin tonight's first speaker is Nikolai DiDonato, followed by Maureen Garcia Tenney. Good evening.
Good evening. I just wanted to come here tonight to pretty much just share a little bit about my experience at CDS. I initially went to CDS when I was in 8th grade, and I was struggling pretty big time. I'm now 18 years old. I'm working 2 jobs, still living at home, but to go back a little bit into depth about the CDS, that school helped me out big time. It was something that I really did not like at the time. If I'll be honest, it took me like 4 years to see like that was the best school that I went to. It was beyond helpful. It was a blessing. If I'll be honest with you, I don't know why I'm pretty emotional right now, but I have a little bit of trouble speaking in front of people, but yeah, to just speak my piece. Thank you, Mr. Fuentes, Miss Gillespie, Mr. G, Miss Brody, absolutely every teacher in that school. They were there for sure for a reason, and just I don't know why, but yeah, I'm getting pretty emotional. Just yeah, the thought of them not being able to continue to work there and help kids in that situation. I don't know if that's why, but I know like Miss Fuentes, Miss Gillespie, everybody I stated, everybody tries real hard. I know that school was initially built along some good reasons, and like I said, when I was there, I definitely didn't look at it as like I'm here because it's gonna help me. I looked at it as like kind of like a punishment. It took some time to see, you know, this is gonna take some time. I could get back to normal school. I could get my life right. It's not too late. I did that, you know, and yeah, just hopefully there will be a chance for more people in the future. Hopefully, Miss Fuentes, everybody could keep their job, and just that, you know, everything stays good. I'm grateful that there's an opportunity for anybody to be heard here. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna use the whole 8 minutes. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, our next speaker, love seeing our graduates again. Our next speaker is Maureen Garcia Tenney.
Good evening, everyone. My son, I have 2 kids that went to CDS. My son is very successful. I got emotional.
You got it. That's why they're there. I cry all the time, truthfully.
It's not fun.
I know.
So my son just graduated 2023
Congrats.
at John Burroughs High School. He was very successful at TDS. CDS is a very great team to help them, support them, make sure they do their job to work, you know, their butt off to go back to school. And I'm very grateful for them. Fuentes is very, he's more like, he keeps a lot of, you know, he's a lot of support from my children. My children still keep in touch with him, you know, even though he graduated. My other student, unfortunately, didn't graduate, but he is at Burbank Adult School, and he will be graduating. So that's why I think CDS is a very good school. My kids were successful. I'm very proud of them. Nobody thought my son was going to graduate. So, yeah, and my son's Kevin Garcia from John Burroughs High School. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Billy Smith, followed by Frank Fuentes. Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Another day. How are you?
I'm nervous, thank you.
You got
My name's Billy Smith. My daughter's name is Aaliyah Smith. She's a student at Burbank Community Day School. The beginning of 2020, my daughter, Aaliyah, was in her complete glory. It was her first year of middle school, and she was a flyer on the cheer team at Burbank, Luther Burbank Middle School. She was on top of the world. Everything in her little world revolved around cheer, school, and hanging out with like-minded friends. It was something so special to sit back and watching her enjoy life so much. Within a few months, it would all come crashing down. With no notice, I received a call that school, cheer, and everything that made Aaliyah happy was all coming to an end. Aaliyah, having me as a father that knows nothing about technology, had to fight for help, and help was so hard to find because almost everybody was trying to figure things out at the same time. I was 100% unequipped to keep my daughter on track. The help I was given was not enough to counterbalance my complete lack of knowledge and technology. Time went by, and before you know it, Aaliyah's back in school. So far behind academically and socially. She was completely lost. That year she started smoking pot, hanging around with friends that would take her nowhere very fast. And she had zero interest in school or cheer. It seemed as soon as she was back in middle school, it was off to high school, where she could go to school and hide out all day and nobody even know where she was. I was lost, and the school was lost, of how to correct the situation that my princess was in. Eventually, she made it to her second SARB meeting. That's for, you know what that is, okay. Where it was confirmed she was going to be sent to Burbank Community Day School. The day Aaliyah and I went to meet the staff, we were met at the gate by a plainclothes guy that appeared to be security. He wasn't very friendly, actually a little stern in his demeanor. It was him that led us to the office door, and he opened it for us and told us to go on in. Once inside at the front desk, there was a lady with a smile. She said her name is Samantha. Also sitting at the desk in a separate room facing us was a very stern man that introduced himself as Mr. Fuentes, the school principal. In a very stern way, Mr. Fuentes told us the rules and what we could expect if those rules weren't followed. He also told her all the benefits that my daughter would get by going to the school and how they would help her. To be honest, Aaliyah and myself were not looking forward to this new change. As time went by, Aaliyah almost refused to go to school. We couldn't get her to go to school. She just plain and simply wouldn't go. When they'd get her into school, a few times she'd actually go past the security, run out. Police come looking for her, and so on. I know this doesn't sound good, and it's not good. But at the same time, Aaliyah at this moment is trying so hard. She's really trying. She loves the people. She loves Mr. Fuentes. She loves Mrs. Legaspi. She loves her new therapist, Isis. I think her name is Isis. Or, anyway, Genesis is her name. The guidance and encouragement that Aaliyah receives at Burbank Community Day School is on another level. It's unbelievable, the amount of love and care that these people put into our kids. When I see Mr. Fuentes with my daughter and other students, I see magic. The guidance I get from Samantha, Mrs. Legaspi, and Mr. Fuentes, hands down, is the most consistent, caring, and downright thinking outside of the box help I can get. They never stop. They never give up. Leah has her new psychologist, Genesis. She prefers her over any therapist she's ever had. When I heard the school board is talking about closing Burbank Community Day School, I was shocked to think that because it's not turning around the right amount of students, that the right percentage of students are being turned around. But as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to these success stories, there's a lot of success stories. Each one of these success stories, there's no amount of money that could be put on those success stories. Let's not forget that these kids, every one of these kids that walked in there was sent there because larger schools that were much more equipped with staff, with money, and everything else couldn't do anything with these kids at all. So they sent them to a smaller school, but a smaller school that had magic that none of these other schools have. Every kid that turns around at Burbank Community Day School is a success story. It's not just a success story for the Burbank School Board, but for humanity itself. Back to the security guard at the gate. His name is Ontario. I see him. He knows almost everything about my daughter, about all these other students. Everybody down to the security guard is involved in these children's life and really cares.
I appreciate your message.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Frank Fuentes, followed by Raymond Batorina. Good evening, Mr. Fuentes.
Good evening, President Ferguson, esteemed board members, cabinet members. Thank you for having me here. Well, my name is Frank Fuentes, and I am the leader of the village at Burbank Community Day School. When I first started my career 23, 24 years ago in Burbank, a great man and a mentor of mine, who you guys may know, Emilio Riosti, told me that one day in my career, I might have to stand for something that I believe in. And that I might feel alone and vulnerable and doubt myself. And I think today is that day. You know, just recently we were informed that Community Day School will not look the way it currently does now at 223 Santa Anita, which is disheartening, but our staff understands that there are financial constraints that make it very difficult to sustain our program. Okay. But as the leader and advocate of my team, of my students, and you've heard some of my previous students that are here, and the community, I felt the need to at least come up and provide a PowerPoint that I won't have time to go through that shows some of the benefits of our program, some of the successes, the clientele that we deal with, the students. And yes, we can't meet every student's needs. Some of their needs are much more than we can handle and support at our school. But we try. And we never stop. And we never give up. We have students that call us before they call their parents to let them know what's going on. Is our program a magical program? No, by no means. But we make connections with every single one of those kids. And when I'm talking about connections, I'm talking about knowing the ins and outs of their family dynamics, of what they're going through. Some take a little longer than others, right? The PowerPoint that I have in front of you, that is in front of you there, is first page is about the Senate Bill 274, right? Which states that we can't suspend students or expel students for willful defiance, right? And luckily, our district doesn't do that and hasn't done that for a very long time. There might be certain cases where they get suspended for it in the past, but that has not been the case for a while. And it also prohibits suspensions and expulsions for attendance or tardies, which we, in my knowledge, we have never done, right? And it always says to put the needs first. That's exactly why this bill's there, right? Putting the needs first. And, you know, putting the multi-tier systems of supports in place for them to be successful at the comprehensive high school. Our districts have been doing this. Our district has PBIS, different tiers of support. And before they get to us, they've all been exhausted. Admin, counselors, FSA, therapists, aides, all putting in work to try to help a child. And sometimes it's not enough. And so then we get the privilege to try to service them. And community day school will never bring in revenue or the money. It's just, that's not what the program is for. It's to have low numbers, for the kids to have someone to relate to build trust with. It's not a long-term placement. It's a short-term placement. Our goal is for a student to be there one semester, reboot, and move back to the comprehensive high school. Unfortunately, that's not always the case all the time. Sometimes their stay needs to be extended. Sometimes it needs to be modified before they can go back. Every single student that comes in has a plan that we develop at the beginning that has to be met. And every 5 weeks, the DTRC committee, we communicate with the home school, let them know progress. We go over every child to show where they're at and what other resources we can bring from the community to help these students when we've exhausted everything that we have. You know, our outcomes at community day school is closing the achievement gap, you know, bringing equity in the needs, decreasing the dropout rate. A couple years ago, we were lucky that you guys granted us the opportunity to change our program to a quarter system with a credit recovery component. Man, that's been amazing. It's helped us get kids on track to graduate, right? The goal is not for them to graduate from community day school. The goal is for them to go through an actual ceremony and graduate with their peers at their home school. The goal is for them to go back by at least second semester of senior year so they can enjoy the prom, the activities that the comprehensive high schools have. There are times that they won't make it back, but we'll call the school. Hey, this is the progress of this child. Can this student participate in prom? Can they go to homecoming? And more often than not, they are allowed to go and they're successful. So they do have some access to some of the stuff, but we're in a small school We don't have all the dances. We don't have the big events, right? The picnics. But we had some students attend the picnic this year, and it was successful. You know, at community day school, the staff creates the culture, right? We set everything up. The kids create the climate. And that climate changes every semester because new kids come in and they change it. Other kids leave, and we have to constantly adapt to the needs of the kids that we have in front of us at that time. And that's a difficult task to do, right? We had a month where we had a lot of kids, or a semester where we had a lot of kids with substance abuse. And this is why we asked for the vape centers, which have been a tremendous success thus far. You know, in the last month, we've had one vape sensor hit, you know, and because our restrooms are inside the classroom, which make it easier to monitor. And these are the little things that we can do to help, right? Now we just need to create programs to help them with their substance abuse. What other resources can our district give them? If you look at the next page, which says BCDS enrollment for the last 3 years, yes, a snapshot shows 30-something kids at one time. But if you see throughout the years, there's more kids, right? And so every year since 2021, we've seen an increase of kids that go through our site. And again, the goal is for them to be short-term and move back.
Please wrap your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Definitely appreciate your commentary. Just we have to get through, as I said earlier.
You got it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raymond Batrina. There is no yielding of time. So I saw somebody that wants to go before in order to give more time to other speakers. So if that Raymond won't come forward, I have Arlene Legaspi. You'll have a total of 8 minutes still, but we can't share time, unfortunately.
Good evening, everyone. You said 12 minutes?
8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes.
No more than 8 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to cut it short. So I am Arlene Legaspi, and I represent special education in CDS. It was in the summer of 2010 when Jane Clausen and Tom Still wanted me to be the lead teacher at New Vista program, located inside CDS campus. And that was the start of my journey, working with the least recognized and the most vulnerable population in the district. There were 2 programs at the time that catered to this population, OCLC and New Vista. Until there was just New Vista left, then New Vista officially became part of CDS like 4 or 5 years ago. When I started at New Vista, I felt the need to make my students understand and remember 2 things. First, this is the last stop at the district. Second, improvement in the ABCs, which is attendance, behavior, and credits, must be demonstrated to be able to return to their home schools or attend Monterey if they are 16. Now, who are these recognized, the least recognized, and most vulnerable population in the district? By the time these kids have arrived CDS, most of them have fallen into cracks, as in most. So most cracks are shallow, some cracks are deep, and some appear to have fallen into the abyss. Sounds exaggerated, but I'm giving you the facts. What do we do at CDS? We patch those cracks. So some cracks have been fully patched. These are the kids who get to return to John Burroughs, BHS, or get accepted at Monterey. There are strict guidelines before a student from CDS can be accepted at Monterey. That is why the outcome at Monterey cannot be compared to CDS, because these 2 schools are entirely different schools, serving entirely different populations. So for those cracks that have not been fully patched, we continue to patch until the crack is filled. Some patches get broken again. These are the kids who have been inconsistent. So we patch again. We never stop patching. These are the cracks. There are cracks that are just hard to patch because they are just way too deep. These are the kids who experience trauma at a young age, living with relatives with no role models, continue to gravitate to negative peer influence, continue to decline services. But we keep on patching even with the limited resources that we have. We never stop patching while these kids are with us. I wish I could give you examples, but anyway, they were here and they talked. Those are the testimonies. So I would like to ask the board and the rest of the people here, and for you guys too, to think about the placement of these kids who have fallen through shallow cracks, who have fallen through the deep cracks, who have fallen to what seems the abyss over the years. Some have records that date back in elementary, and their needs were never addressed. Those cracks just became deeper and deeper over the years. Think about the placement of these kids who just got out of incarceration, whose non-public schools shut down, who are in intensive inpatient or outpatient treatment programs. How will you transition these kids back to the public school system? Think about the placement of these kids who have serious mental illness, who have legitimate school phobia, who have been displaced, who have unimaginable medical diagnosis. These kids have difficulty functioning in a larger campus setting. Think about the placement of these kids who get into physical fights repeatedly, who get caught with uncontrolled substances repeatedly, who cut classes repeatedly, who jump off the fence repeatedly, who are oppositionally defiant, who have serious addiction. Will these kids remain in the comprehensive high school setting? So these are the kids that we serve. Another area I would like you to think about is location. Schools like CDS and other programs that cater to the most vulnerable population are not meant to be situated on the same sites as regular schools. I would like you to conscientiously and seriously think about not just the pros, but more on the cons. I really hope that you will make diligent efforts in considering the needs of this population. I would like you to seriously think about staffing too. All teachers can teach at the comprehensive sites, but not all teachers can teach at the alternative sites. The same goes for the classified staffing. As a teacher at CDS, I prefer to have a dream team who shares my vision, willing to work hard in meeting the needs of my students, and is pretty good at wearing many hats as we take on many roles. I did not have a paraeducator for a considerable amount of time, and it was my choice to wait until the right candidate came along. So I just want to honor my staff, Mr. Ray Baterina. So I want you to know you're very much valued. I also want to mention this, since there have been a long argument over the placement of middle school with the high school kids. Based on Ed Code Section 48660, younger pupils are to be separated from older pupils within the school to the extent possible. I have nothing against combining the young with the old pupils if we are talking about the ideal students. Combining the at-risk young with the at-risk older students is proven to be more detrimental than beneficial. So I want you to seriously consider the emotional and mental and social impact this may have on our younger kids. I understand that you're talking about budget cuts. I want you also to consider and think about how alternative sites like CDS have helped decrease dropout rates and increase graduation rates in our district. I have nothing against change if change is for the better. I am open for improvement. There's always room for improvement if things I have mentioned have been conscientiously, diligently, and seriously deliberated. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Bino, followed by Samantha Brody. Take yours out. Okay, no problem. That's Samantha Brody saying she wants her card out, just for the record, so that way I'm not. Michael?
Hi. I just want to say, like, give it my piece. I went there in 8th grade, and I hated it.
Yeah.
I went through a lot of stuff, and, just, like, stuff that doesn't need to be mentioned and I don't have time for, but I just want to say, like, the teachers there, I went to Burroughs, I went to Monterey, I went to everything, and the teachers there were the only ones who cared, really. Like, I can say maybe, like, 1 or 2 people cared at Burroughs. At Monterey, Miss Weaver, Mr. Geyer, they cared too, but I think that over money, I don't think it's fair to stop what they're doing because I guess you can say I'm a success story. You know, I went through it. I went to all the other schools. I graduated at Burroughs, and now I didn't end up going to college or anything because I ended up going into my family's business, and now I make good money. So, you know, I just think it's not fair for, you know, over money, and I think what they're doing is good, and they change lives. And yeah, Mr. Fuentes, he always kept in touch with me, you know. Even when I wasn't there, he'd always text me, "Hey, how are you doing?" Blah blah blah, you know. And I'm pretty sure he does that with everybody else. So, you know, he cares. The teachers there care. Mr. G, Miss Riojas, who isn't there, Miss Reardon, Mr. Rapp, all of them, you know. They're the only good teachers I've ever seen. Every teacher there, I can put them at the top of my list. And what else? Yeah, they changed my life. You know, I was doing drugs. I hated school. Now I'm almost 3 years sober, making a lot of money. Uh, you know, and obviously not everybody gets lucky, you know, but I think that it's fair to say they do change a good amount of people's lives, and I don't think what they're doing should stop. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Lizette Hernandez, followed by Lilia Panigama. Sorry, no, okay. So Lizette Hernandez, last call. Okay, we'll move past that one. Lilia, come on down. And if you could pronounce your last name, because I totally butchered it, it's not okay. I need to learn.
It was Paniagua.
Paniagua.
Lilia Paniagua means bread and water.
Beautiful.
Essentials of life.
Beautiful.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very glad to be here, and thank you for having me. Well, I will start by saying I went to high school in the 80s, so it's a totally different world. We didn't have Instagram and TikTok, and I think I had a beeper once in a while. And I had to find quarters to make a phone call for the payphone. So things have changed, and with that being said, I feel that my daughter, Isabella, you know, she was going to Burbank district for so many years since kindergarten. But, you know, down the road, obstacles come, life happens, and you have a perfect world, and all of a sudden it's just like, nah, doesn't work out that way. So she ended up falling behind on her credits, and then with COVID hitting, got worse. So she ended up going to CBDS, and we didn't know exactly what it was about, but I can only say that going to that program really helped her so much, because I saw her so motivated. She was putting all these hours, and she was constantly doing homework, and just, you know, more than I even saw her in regular schools. Say, what is this? And she said, they're just, you know, really helping me, and I'm, you know, if I finish this, and I can start on this, and I can start on that. And I said, that's amazing. And when I went to meet with Mr. Fuentes and the staff, they were really sad with us. They answered our questions, and they really went through everything, you know, how the program worked. And I said, well, you know, let's hope for the best with a prayer. And we did, and she was able to catch up. You know, that was really a miracle in itself, because it's hard, you know, as you students have been before, it's hard to catch up with all those credits. So when she finally caught up, and then she was able to transfer to John Burroughs, and it was just amazing to see her with her gown and graduate, and, you know, it's a success story, another one. And I believe that I wanted to come here and speak in front of all of you, because you know, just recently, there's many that have happened. At Grand High School, there was a shooting, and there's no police on campuses anymore, or somewhat there are. But there's so many, as we all know, how society has changed drastically nowadays. We live in a different world. And this morning I saw on the news that they're asking the students, I think it was in Redondo Beach High School, they have to go through a metal detector to just get into the high school. And they'll have to get in a big line just to walk in. And I believe that programs such as this will only, not only will they help them to graduate, but also having the counselors and stuff. I mean, I don't know how economically I don't know the numbers here that I can tell you, but I can only say that a human being, is so more valuable. And for them to be able to help that person, whether they're doing anything that's happening at home, maybe they just need someone to speak to, because now people have these contactless, things. Everybody has behind the monitor and can say whatever they want, and you don't even know if you have the right name behind that. So when you have a one-on-one, the social skills, you can teach these kids that they're the future. I think places like Asia and Singapore is one of the biggest, largest, very outstanding, school systems, but I don't think they have continuation school. I don't know if you want to look into that and Google it, but I don't think they do. They're very hardcore, get it done, and so on. But there's also a big suicide rate there too in Asia, especially Korea and Japan. You don't make it to school, your life is over. So I'm very glad and grateful that I live in the United States of America, and that we are so able to do so much more for our kids, and that we're still just striving to do better and going, one step at a time, and teaching others how to how to value a human life, So I think with programs like this, not only is this to be a successful program, but also that in the future, and I can only say and hope, we can teach other programs how to do the same thing for their kids. There's other programs out there that might not be as successful, because the staff really makes all the difference. You have to have a caring person. And I'm just want to add, when I went to Valley College, I had a coach, he passed away now, but Coach Harvey, he would pick us up. I was in the track team, and he would just make sure that we got fed, we got to class, and he was just on us, and he would yell at us and everything. but he kept us on track, and he went out of his way to make sure that we got to school and we're doing the right thing. It's almost like he became our own mentor, our own father, And at times you're like, really, again? But you look back and you just really thank people like that, even though he's no longer here. But you look back and you appreciate people like that, because they go the extra mile, literally the extra mile. They go out of their way to just give it all. And I think when the kids, I don't care if they're on TikTok, Snapchat, and all this promoting thing that's happening in the social media and the news, deep inside, they're just looking for a place to belong to. Some of them don't even get hugs at home, They don't even get an I love you or have a good day. And when they have someone that says, do you do your homework today? What did you eat? Well, what do you care, But maybe that person just made a difference. Maybe that day they were going to go and take their own lives. Who knows? So I'm just saying to consider, programs such as this, that I believe they do make a difference, to give it just, more time. And just hope for the best, and may God help us all, right? So I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Not
Thank
at all.
you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Schlossman, followed by Leo Garpetti. Garepti, excuse me.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Thank you to the previous speakers. Thank you for educating me. I'm very grateful. Boy, I don't know where to start. If I jump around here, please bear with me. The way we're doing oral communications here, it just doesn't work for me, Mr. Ferguson. You're jumping around. You're not following the order of the agenda. If, one person is here, say it's me, you won't make any changes. But if there's a group of parents here, you make changes. You're discriminating against me is really what you're doing. And it's the wrong way to do things. You need to have uniformity. And you should be encouraging comments here at the podium, not making it late in the evening where parents, need to work with their kids and fix dinner and all kinds of things. You should be encouraging feedback. And this business of notifying you a day or two before if they want to speak remotely, that's no good. The city doesn't do it that way. You can call in, and that's how we should be doing it here. So to the 5 of you, let's revisit this thing, and let's encourage participation and fix it so members of the public can call in and talk to you about what's on their mind. I mean, why would you be against something like that? And one item on the agenda tonight, I forget the item number, but it's an agreement with your teachers. 93 pages long. I read it, every page. Did all of you read it? Because what I came across is it's a pretty good job to be a teacher here. There's a lot of benefits. And that's, it was longevity bonuses, education bonus, time on the job bonus, stipend after stipend bonus, all kinds of things. Vacation, sick time, grieving time. It was really on and on and on. But one thing it didn't talk about is CalPERS, which is retirement. And the big bonus, maybe it's there, I might have missed it, I make mistakes, but that's huge. And it's not really focused upon when you talk about how our teachers are suffering. They get an incredible retirement package with health benefits as well. Some. At the last meeting, you eliminated the last period of oral communications, but you didn't give the 3 minutes like you did tonight until I called out for it and you heard me. So I'm grateful for that. At least I get what I'm entitled to, 8 minutes to speak my piece. Regarding Hanukkah, why are we having a meeting today? Why don't you, take a pause like you would do for another group of students where you give them the day off? It's kind of a slight against the Jewish population. The way you've been behaving the past year, Mr. Ferguson, you've been a tyrant. There's just no other way to surmise what you've done. Really a dictator. Now, I talked about this earlier, but you weren't here. You were late. You were tardy. So I'll mark you tardy. I hope the recording secretary marked you as absent because you were. But you've done a disservice, and you've done a huge disservice to the First Amendment. And I wonder if you even know what it is. Do you know the 5 elements of the First Amendment of freedom of speech? Do you know? There's 5 elements, and they're all important. And this is sacred ground right here, and you don't recognize it, and you should welcome it, and you're going about it all wrong. I've noticed you, Mr. Ferguson. I've recorded you doing it. You use your cell phone during the meeting. You text. And I wonder, what's with that? Because we're encouraging our students to put the cell phones down, but you're a horrible example to the students. And I've asked to see those texts. If they're school business, I'm entitled to see them. And of course, you'll say they're personal. That's how you'll roll. I won't believe you, but that's probably what's going to happen. "82 years ago today, December 7th, a day that will live in infamy. 2,403 people died. Pearl Harbor. And I hope everybody in the room and everybody at home noticed that Miss Weisberg did not stand up for the flag salute today. And I think that's worth calling out. This is a special day. And one of our students here, his name was Walter Collier. He's a 20-year-old Marine. He died on Oklahoma 82 years ago today. And it would have been nice. And I asked Miss Weisberg to stand for him. She wouldn't do it. Instead, she sits on her soapbox talking about the Second Amendment. I'm going to give you the last couple of minutes here. I finished my business. I want to say, if Mr. Cantwell is listening tonight, I hope you feel better.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Leo, not our last, but Leo Garpetti. Garpetti? Go ahead, come on forward. Followed by Jackie Baker. And we have virtual speakers we'll go to last. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hey. Hello, everyone. I have a purpose for being here, and I'd appreciate it if you guys listen to me closely. Mm-hmm. I want to start off by saying I'm very honored to get an opportunity like this. My name is Leo Garpetti, and I want to share a very inspirational chapter of my life that began in community day school. My experience at community day school was unlike anyone else. I was a failing student, and I was expelled from Burbank High School because of my violence and suspensions. To make matters worse, while I was attending CDS, I got into a traumatic bicycle accident that put me in a coma for 5 days. I was in a fatal condition at LAUSC. I ended up having a blood clot in my brain, many broken bones, chronic nerve damage, and an 80% chance of being disabled. My education was set back a whole year, but I didn't let any of that stop me. My recovery is extremely understated. But I came back to the school only for you guys to evaluate me and tell me I would be a continuation student. I didn't accept any of that. It wasn't easy work. I am very thankful to the staff at CDS for putting months of time out of their lives to help me, a kid with disabilities, that got deeper into a hole that I was already in. And I'll say this with my chest, I fucking made it. Okay?
Good.
I ended up being an early graduate with a scholarship from Monterey, and now attending GCC as a nursing major. I believe every child must go through something traumatic to be life-changing, to become great. And CDS does an amazing job of guiding disobedient kids towards that goal. I didn't trust the process, but it takes time. It takes time to learn, so please have faith in the people I support. Please have faith in God, because without Him, I wouldn't be here sharing my story with you guys. My results clearly show the appreciation I have for community day school, for my high school. And I'll gladly put my foot down to fight for their place. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jackie Baker, followed by Barbara Perry, excuse me.
Hi, team. I know you guys have been bombarded with the JBHS basketball situation. I think as a parent, I just want to clarify that a lot of us want you guys as board members to know that it feels like we have two separate issues going on here. We understand the constraints that you're under, legally speaking, you know, that you can't divulge, you know, the reasons. We'd all love to know the reasons, and I want you to know we understand that. But there are a lot of issues about how this was handled, especially at the local school site, that a lot of us are having issues with. So I just really want you guys to be aware of that, because it seems like when emails go back and forth, a lot of parents are feeling like, oh, I don't think they're really understanding what this is about, you know? I also, you know, I don't want to use this forum to go into a complete timeline and give lots of details. I don't think that's appropriate. But I do want you to know that we want to feel, as parents, that we do have a voice, that our feedback matters. And I want to say I appreciate those that have listened. That matters, and that's important. I think the other factor that I want to point out here is, you know, some of our seniors, a coach has been fired every year of their high school career. And I understand, you know, again, there are constraints, but if there was ever, you know, a year to maybe sort this out a different way, I think that would have been appropriate. So if we can just feel like the separate issue of how this was handled is important to you, because as me as a parent, that's really important, that those things are addressed. I think that matters, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of other things here. I didn't really prepare anything. I didn't even know if I was going to speak or not, but some things have been done after the fact that we've had issues with. You know, the boys shouldn't have been given an ultimatum that their season would be taken away. things of that nature. So I just want it to be made very clear that your parents understand the constraints that you're under. Yes, people have hurt feelings over that and would love to know, but there's a separate issue at hand. So again, I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but maybe Barbara and another parent will bring that up. But he is beloved, and he really was invested in their character. And I've been a basketball mom for a long time, and he really invested in them. And we want to make sure that, his reputation is safeguarded as well, till these allegations are proven true or untrue. Thanks for your time, team.
You bet. Thank you. Ms. Perry, next, followed by... Hi, good to see you.
So it's challenging for me to step up to the plate, so I'll do my best. And thank you for your time. And as a team, which we are, parents, teachers, and administrators, I'm just wondering how we could let this happen. How we could let this happen to a beloved coach who has made a difference, a big difference. Austin Pope has made a huge difference in these kids' lives. All the team members all had passing grades. I know we like statistics. All the team members were eligible under his leadership. And I like to learn, I like to explore, and I'm curious at just how this happened. Like, who was looking out for him? Who was mentoring him? Who was he going to make sure that something, which we still don't know, that something happened, that this wouldn't happen? Like, I want to know how this can be prevented in the future, because I think that this has happened several times in the past, and it has something mysteriously to do with fundraising. And Austin Pope would be like a son to all of you here. He's 28, 29. He has a heart of gold, and he's made a big difference. And so Jackie talked about a timeline. Like, I find myself wanting to learn. I want to learn from you. Like, I want to see where it's written down of the parameters of fundraising. Like, what happened? You don't need to say exactly what happened, but it could be, this is what happens in this scenario. This is what happens in that scenario. And we could guide and lead our young leaders to where they could be successful. The fact that this has happened to him as a young man at the starting of his career, and we're all leaders. You're responsible for leading him, for guiding him. And we've ended up with a lose-lose situation in Burbank Unified. It might have a different outcome in the future. We don't know. But I like to be the type of district where we retain people, where we look for win-win situations. And there's no way a lose-lose situation could happen. Who's it hurt the most? Pain, suffering, are the students. How could we let this happen to our students? 5 days before. It just seems very, the timing of it seems very peculiar. That they would just be brought down to the lowest. The whole entire team was up at the highest. And now they're, floundering. I believe that they're going to be successful. I believe, in the students, and I want to believe in us as leaders. But how can we let such a severe disappointment happen? And I want to be part of the solution. I want to walk forward. It's not my court, so to say, but I want to make sure that this doesn't happen. I want to learn what we do to prevent it, because I think it has happened several times to coaches. So they need to be taught about fundraising. And where is it written down? Do we have it written down? All of where it's written down, like you can do this, you can do that. And who are the people that's guiding him, that's building that relationship so close to Austin, so close to our coaches, that this wouldn't happen? Like, it just can't happen again. So I'd like to be part of the solution, and I think the parents would too. All their hearts are in it. And I believe in each of you that your heart is in it too. I know we all care. And I think we need to care enough and have enough forethought, enough foresight to have it not happen again. So I think Austin Pope has great character. I think he's done a great job, and I think he needs to be redeemed. And that we want him on our team. Like this great guy. How could we have let this great guy go? Like he's one that we want to keep. So thank you for listening, and I'd like to be part of the solution. So have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brianne Schuck, followed by Nicole Trebecki. And that is the final card we have at this time before we go to virtual public comment. Brianne. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brianne Schuck. I am a civil rights and education law attorney currently employed by UCLA, and I am also a proud parent of 2 elementary school students at Stevenson Elementary. I am here to address the board because this week I became aware that the district's Around the Bell program, which is the same child care program that has already had some issues we all know about, may be discriminating based on marital status against parents. Because the language of the board policy that prevents discrimination mirrors that of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and the California Civil Rights Act, I am concerned that some of ATB's practices may be incurring liability on the part of the district. Disparate impact discrimination occurs when a policy that is neutral on its face is implemented in a manner that affects a protected class in a negative manner. The ATB program will only create 1 account per child, regardless of whether the parents are married or non-married. On its face, that is a neutral policy. The district's implementation of it, however, is having negative effects on divorced and non-married parents. The policy results in non-married parents being stripped of their financial autonomy. Contracts for ATB services are entered into based on academic years, but the auto-pay feature does not turn off when the contract period expires. As a result, if parent A signs up for services for the following year, parent B gets charged without parent B's consent. When that happens, worsening that situation, ATB staff continues charging parent B until parent A says it's okay to stop. I learned about this week because a district employee wrote to me, "Just because you removed your auto pay does not believe you are no longer responsible unless you are canceling the account. Your ex-husband will need to let me know if he will be taking on full payment." To be clear, these are not services I signed up for in the first place. My ex-husband obligated me to pay them without my consent, and now I am being told I cannot be let out of that situation without my ex-husband's consent. No court order is in place that requires me to pay his services. By contrast, married parents are not faced with this situation. Married parents aren't charged fees for other people's services. They are not told that they need someone else's permission to not be charged fees that they didn't sign up for. The policy also results in loss of financial privacy, as shared accounts allow both parents to see the other parent's payment status. More significantly, however, an ATB staff member confirmed for me this week that ATB has a practice of forwarding emails addressing financial concerns to the other parent on a shared account. This is not something that happens to married parents. Regarding forwarding emails to ex-spouses, even innocuous emails, a 2018 study by the U.S. Department of Justice found instances of domestic violence in about 59% of over 900 cases that were involving divorced parents that were studied. No district employee should ever assume that a parent in a co-parenting or a non-married situation is safe from their former spouse or their former partner. An email being forwarded to another parent could be the catalyst that causes the parent who gets the email to show up at somebody's house uninvited and, God forbid, terrorize the other adult or even the children that this district, this board, has an obligation to protect. It could be the catalyst that causes somebody to get punched in the face. God forbid, it could be the catalyst that causes a gun to be loaded. This practice is foreseeably dangerous. It places adults and children at risk and possibly creates liability for the district. It plain and simply needs to stop. The district's practice with non-married parents could also affect parents' legal custodial rights. During email communications with ATB employees this week, I was repetitively told that I was technically obligated to communicate whether my ex-spouse would pay for 100% of the charges he signed up for because the account was shared. That is incorrect. Not only are co-parents not legally responsible for communicating their other co-parents' financial intent, that can be illegal. That can have major implications for custody rights. The penalties for that can have serious legal consequences. The district employees in this situation, they told me they felt in the middle and communicated that it would be more ideal for them if I found out whether my ex-spouse wanted to keep ATB by myself. No matter how in the middle the district employees feel, there is no reason why a non-married parent should be more responsible for finding out somebody else's financial plans than married parents would be. Furthermore, this is just solidly within the job description of the district employees who are charged with administering this program. As remedies for this, I would very much request and hope that you would consider revising the policies in place here. Please send a district-wide email telling employees not to forward emails from parent to parent. Please do that. I have already requested a refund. That request is being dealt with. I would like to change that request and ask that the funds that I got charged or that I shouldn't be charged be transferred to Families for Stevenson. I don't need the money. I don't need my money back. I just would really like it if the district would make this a welcoming and safe place for divorced parents. Thank you so much for your time.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Nicole Drebecki. And that is our final public speaker at this time until we go to our public speakers who are remote. Go ahead, Mr. Drebecki.
Good evening, President Ferguson, Superintendent Paramo, members of the district and staff. My name is Nicole Drebecki. I am a PE teacher at Dolores Huerta and the BTA president. I would like you to tell me some more information about the two-tier hiring freeze. What are the positions in Tier 1 and Tier 2? We have some members that are concerned, so information on that would be great. I want to thank all the Community Day School members that spoke tonight and all of their staff, as well as former students. I think you can tell by their reaction how important Community Day School is to them and their families and our current BUSD employees. And I know that we have budget deficits, and I know cuts have to be made. But obviously, you can see how much that impacts our own community that lives here and goes to those schools. And I just want our Community Day School members to know that we have their backs, and we are here to support them and get them through anything that might be difficult for them. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Becky. With that, are there any additional cards for public comment? I got that one. Any others? If not, we'll close the period of public, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, that was, we may have called, go ahead and just come on forward. If you could introduce yourself by any name you want to be recognized by, we're happy to have you.
My name is Isabella Paniagua.
Great, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
When I first started school in Burbank, I had always been really bad at keeping up with work and had horrible attendance ever since kindergarten. I didn't have a stable place to stay. Oh,
go ahead, just a little bit. Thank you.
I didn't have a stable place to stay. I had some problems going on at home and other obstacles. Once I got to high school, I was still keeping the same habits with bad grades and horrible attendance. I slacked off a lot and didn't realize how much it could actually affect me. By the time I got to 11th grade, I was at a 9th grade level with credits and still doing bad. At the time I was in 12th grade, I was told that I was in danger of not graduating and that I needed to go to a continuation school because of how far behind I was. I was told I would most likely be graduating from BCDS or not at all. In the middle of my first semester of 12th grade, I switched to BCDS trying to catch up on all of my missing credits. At first I was scared to go and didn't really want to, but I didn't realize how great it was. Everyone there was so welcoming and supportive. All the staff helped me so much and actually gave me hope. The staff there really cared about the students and had such a good connection with all of us. I started doing so many classes I missed and got so much help from everyone there. By the time second semester came, I was all caught up and able to go to Burroughs. It was amazing to me that I was able to catch up on so much work in less than one semester being there. And once I was at Burroughs, I started to miss all the amazing people there that really helped me so much and were what made it possible for me to even be there. I graduated in May just like everyone else, and I really owe it to CDS. I can't imagine where I'd be now without all of the help I got from attending Burbank Community Day School.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further speakers from the audience tonight? If not, we'll go to our remote speakers. Ms. Quiterio, whoever's got that kicked up. Thank you. And so right now, it looks like we just have one speaker, if that's correct still, was looking to staff. Mr. Baker? Or, I'm sorry, Rodriguez. Yes, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you very much. We are trying to unmute you so you can speak to us, Mr. Rodriguez. Somebody hit the cameras. Okay. We are still working to unmute you, so don't worry. You should be able, thank you. You're unmuted. You should be able to speak. Feel free. You have up to 8 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez. We're not getting audio right now of any speaking.
Could we maybe chat him and make sure his volume's up?
Yep.
Maybe that's what it is. Well, I
Okay.
mean, his might be off.
Yeah,
So can we
Mr.
chat him?
Rodriguez, we can't hear you, so if you could check your,
He's talking,
he's-
the box is lit up. So
yep,
there must be
yep. There's a technical issue of some sort. Yeah, it's recognizing sound, it's just not transmitting that.
He's back.
Okay.
Can you hear? Looks like he's unmuted, right?
Okay.
I heard a voice.
We may be getting closer. Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, we're still trying to figure this out. Can we get his phone number and see if we can dial him in due to technical difficulties? I would rather hear the public comment than not. Can we take the chat off the main screen so he can put his phone number? Can the control room take off the, yeah, if you could unplug the lot, thank you. I just want to make sure,
There it is.
you know, you never know when, wait.
Hear me now?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Just want to thank all of the staff at CDS. You're the only reason I graduated. And yeah, I don't think that school should get shut down at all. There's a lot of, I think everyone goes through things, and there's a lot of students that go through more than others, and they don't really get the care and their needs really catered to at those big schools, because it's like 30 different students, 6 periods a day. The teacher deals with 30 different students 6 times a day, so it's too many students for them to really get to and really talk to and really help the student the way that the student needs. And at CDS, you can really get that help. I struggle with doing my work on computer and really getting the work done and retaining the knowledge and retaining the work that I'm doing, and really understanding it. And they were able to let me do my work on paper. I was able to graduate earlier, not earlier, but with only one period left for the last of school. And I would have never been able to do that in a normal school. I didn't do anything at any other normal school. I never got any of my work done really. I was doing really bad, and then started CES, and at first I struggled, and then they helped me. They just kept pushing me, and I got back on track, and I got on track earlier. I got to graduate on stage. I got to graduate on time. I would have never had that at normal school. And the way that he does personally, Mr. Fuentes, Ms. Legaspi, Mr. G, all of the staff there at CDS, they really they take the time to try with each student and learn about the student and care for the student that no other school or no other big district does. And yeah, it would really be sad to see that not happen no more. There's a lot of students that need that help that big districts just can't, or not big districts, but big schools can't. That school helps students a way that no other school can. And yeah, that's just about it really. That they need to keep that going. You guys have a good one. Thank you.
You as well. With that, we have no other virtual public comment speakers, so I will close public comment with a former student speaker. So I guess that's a great way to end the night. In terms of public comment, we'll go to staff responses first, and then we'll go to members of the board, and we'll just do our typical order: Ms. Tabbitt, Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, Dr. Agakani, and then Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you, Board President Ferguson. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and to comment. I want to begin with our Jewish families in the Burbank Unified School District, and I want to apologize for having a meeting on a religious holiday. That is my fault, and I will do better. To be honest, we have three meetings left before we conclude the year, and there was quite a bit of school business that we needed to attend to, and I didn't think I could get it all done in 2 board meetings. But all that tells me is that I just have to plan better, so I promise you that it will get better, and I won't make that mistake again. Nicole Shuck, we are on it. I'm sorry that you went through that. Dr. Kanapik has been working on this and debriefing me. He debriefed me several times, and we are working on the solution because it's just not okay what transpired, and you have my commitment to make that right. Mr. Becky, the 2-tier system isn't specific to a position necessarily. I want to give you a really good example that has happened in the past. If we have a teacher who, for whatever reason, leaves in the middle of the year and they have 5 sections of math to teach, that is a dire position to fill because we don't want to leave our kids empty-handed. So because it's so dire, that becomes a tier 1 job to fill. And so it would allow us, by putting it in tiers, it will allow us to move more quickly and getting a replacement math teacher in that scenario. But we'll give you more detail as we do the board report and give you examples of what tier 1 and tier 2 look like. It is very clear to me, although I've never met him, that Coach Pope is an amazing guy. And I can say that because if I'm doing the math right, he has been the coach for about 4 months. And in 4 months' time, he has touched the hearts of so many people. And that takes a lot of skill. And that takes a lot of talent. And that has not gone by me at all. I 100% recognize that. It's clear to me by the emails I've gotten from the players and the emails from parents and the face-to-face visits with parents that everybody respects that man. It's not going to be satisfying. But what I'm going to say to you is that it's out of 100% respect for Coach Pope that we say nothing, because he has the legal right to privacy. And he has not forfeited that right, nor would I expect him to. So out of respect for him, I'm not going to comment on that. What I will say to you, it's what I've communicated to Principal Knoop, is that our primary focus has to be on providing a season for the boys that's not going to allow for downtime. He had a plan. The plan maybe wasn't the best plan. He's had to pivot. He's done that. I will continue to work with them on that front to make sure that the boys are supported, in particular our senior boys. So, and the only reason why I say that is because oftentimes your senior year of a sport could potentially be the last year you play that sport. And so I know that that is very serious and I take it very seriously. I can talk offline with you, Barbara, about where it's documented. We do have board policy on fundraising that's quite extensive. We also have PowerPoint on how to become a 501c3. We have PowerPoints that we put on presentations for coaches. We do quite a lot, actually. I would love to expose everybody to that. And hopefully this plug right now is doing a lot to expose that, but we do have all of that in writing. Yeah, it sounds to me like, Ms. Baker, you hit the nail on the head by really bifurcating the two situations. And I am 100% committed to looking at how our process went and where we could do better. And I know we have some scheduled time together, so you have my guarantee about that. If our principal, if our administration, if district staff need to do things differently to make a situation better, then I'm all for it. And I will definitely listen and I will respond. I saved CDS for last. I want to share with you that when I started in Burbank Unified 18 years ago, Frank Fuentes was at John Burroughs High School. And he was the intervention specialist. He dealt with discipline. And it was really clear to me that he has a significant talent in working with these kids. That is not deniable. Nobody on the dais with the board or I put that in question. It's not a question. I know the teachers at Monterey. I know them well. A couple in particular who have been there for a long time. It's an outstanding staff, and they give their heart and soul to these kids. That is not in doubt. That is just not a question mark. They've done a phenomenal job. I heard comments like, well, we don't have the outcomes that you all expect. It's not about that. It is not about that, because the outcomes you have produced are amazing. And I understand that these kids have an individual story with individual needs. And while they might not hit the bar that some kids hit, based on a growth mindset, they're doing a heck of a good job in what they're doing at CDS. That's not why we're having this discussion. We're having this discussion because the law has changed. And what the law says is that it's not okay to be punitive to students who have attendance issues. That's what it's about. Now, several kids came up and spoke, and one of the things they said that's been common for all the years I've been in Burbank is, when I initially started at CDS, it felt like a punishment. It felt like a consequence. That's normal. That's absolutely normal. And then they fell in love with the school because they fell in love with the people and they started to work. The whole spirit of this law about not suspending and not expelling for poor attendance is to not have kids have that feeling that they're being punished, that they're getting a consequence. Involuntarily moving kids for bad attendance to CDS is doing that. So where I'm coming from is this place. I personally, philosophically, and everything I've learned as an educator tells me that it's not okay for us to take chronically absent students and say you're involuntarily transferred to CDS. And it's not because they're doing a bad job. And it's not because CDS is not a good place. And it's not because there aren't people there that are caring. It's because that violates the spirit of why we have the law in the first place. I agree with Mr. Fuentes. He said, by the time they come to us, we have multi-tiered systems of support, and they've been through all that. That is a true statement. However, when you talk about PBIS at the high school, it's not the same as PBIS at the elementary and middle school, which is very firmly grounded, because at the high school, it's so much more difficult. And that's not just a Burbank phenomena, that's a nationwide phenomena. So did we go through the multi-tiered systems of support? Yes, but is that enough? Are we doing enough at the high school? I don't think so. I think we could be doing more and be doing better. This is an opportunity for us to reimagine how to service these kids. If you take the fact that CDS at this exact moment in time is around 30 kids, and half of them are attendance kids, now all of a sudden a school that's really small at 30 is now down to 15. So what I'm saying is, let's put the kids first. Let's figure out how best to serve them. And let's try to figure out how to do that in a way where they're getting what they need and we're providing what they need, and hopefully servicing more kids, because a tier 3 system of support is supposed to be servicing 5% of all students. And currently the CDS model is servicing 3%, and that's including the attendance kids. So maybe what we can do is put supports in that might open the net a little bit more to be able to help some more kids. And if we can save money, that's just an ancillary benefit. That's just a cherry on top. But I think that what I want to challenge our educators in Burbank to do is to come together and let's figure this out, because we have pretty smart people. Today we had our first meeting. All high school principals were involved. Middle school principals were involved. Mr. Fuentes was involved. Miss Weaver from Monterey High School, oversees alternative ed, was involved. We had assistant soups involved. I was there. This is a pretty talented group. And we have money. We have money to put a program together. And I want us to do that. And I want us to look at how we can do that and be really smart about it. We are experiencing declining enrollment, and it is real. And we have fewer kids at our high schools, which means we have more space. And there are plenty of amazing models out there in other school districts where you have smaller schools within a school. Maybe that's a possibility. I don't know. But this group of educators can come together and figure that out. I want exactly what Mr. Fuentes said. He said that CDS was there and it was a place where the kids can come and find someone to relate to, that they can come and find somebody to connect with. I don't want anything different. I'm not asking for anything different. I won't settle for anything different. I'm just asking that we come together and we put that together in a way that maybe we can be more creative and maybe have the possibility of serving even more kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paramo. Ms. Tabbitt.
Thank you first, Dr. Paramo, for those words. I think you put a lot of us in a good perspective of, well, it may not be what we've known that's been very successful, but there's an opportunity for growth and change and to help more kids is really a great positive message. So thank you. And I know for those of you that have gone through this CDS model, that may not have been exactly what you wanted to hear, but I think hearing from you will help these educators make a good decision for the kids that are going to come behind you. Because what your experience, what you went through and you sharing that really has a great deal of knowledge and strength for behind it, so that these educators can say, hey, here's an idea. Oh, but wait, what did these kids experience? Will that be beneficial for the next group? So thank you for that. And hopefully, I'm not even going to say hopefully, I know our team can come up with a plan that will benefit kids, because that's what we do in Burbank. At least that's our goal. Ms. Shuck, I think Brianne was your first name. Are you still here? She left us. As a divorced parent, I felt for the situation. It is extremely difficult, and I've known for a while that we only had one account per child, and it does get great. So if we could I know Dr. Knappich, you're working on it, which means you're going to take care of it right away because that's what you do. So appreciate that. Where else? CDS. All the speakers that came tonight, thank you. Mr. Fuentes, thank you. It is so hard to be a parent sometimes, and to come here and share your thoughts with everyone and what you went through. For those parents that came down to share with us, thank you for that, and I hope we grow from it. Our 2 basketball parents that came down, it takes a village, and a basketball team doesn't run by itself. We need parents as well. And so, Ms. Perry, thank you for saying you want to be part of the process to make this better in the future. I know you do too, Mrs. Baker. So thank you for that. Mrs. Baker said something as we go forward in your meeting with her. I think this deserves an answer because my concern through this whole thing has been the boys and making sure that there's ample opportunity for them to play basketball, do what they love to do in the most positive atmosphere possible. So when I hear that the boys were threatened that their season would end, could you look into that? Absolutely. And make sure she gets an answer to that because that's really bothersome.
Yeah, it's the first time I heard that, and it didn't resonate well with me either, and I wrote it down.
Right, me too. So I want to know where that came from, what we're going to do about it, what in fact was said, because that's really not okay. Our number one priority, I always hope, should be our students. And although sometimes we don't always get the answer that we want, there still has to be some kind of understanding and positiveness for these kids. And I'm hearing that they won their game on Tuesday night and that they're being the student athletes that get good grades that I think they should be. And it's not where they want to be, but they're rising to the occasion and doing what they should be doing. And I take that as a positive. So thank you to those parents that made sure those boys said, at the end of the day, you're going to play some basketball. It may not be the way you want to play basketball, and I'm sorry for that, but we're going to do what we have to do. So thank you. I think yep. Thanks to all the speakers. I know I took a lot of notes tonight, so I want to make sure that I said something to everyone. And if I missed you, you can call me out on it and we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabbitt. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Thank you, President Ferguson. So I want to start with Ms. Scheck. So thank you for coming wherever you are and coming to staff with this and to us with this. I trust now that this issue has been elevated, especially to Dr. Paramo and Mr. Knappich, that it is going to be taken care of and that we can change policy and practice and respect the rights and privacy of non-married parents. I'm very sorry that was your experience. On the boys basketball, Ms. Perry, Ms. Baker, thank you for coming and for sharing your thoughts. I've been trying to get to all of the emails that came over the last week or so today. And as Dr. Paramo said, it's really clear that this coach was really special to the families and to the boys. And, I can't add much more than what Dr. Paramo said, but I do want you to know that you've been heard, that our students have been heard, and that we take all that very seriously. And especially on kind of the questions of process and prevention, I think those are really good points. Before I get to CDS, I just wanted to paraphrase that it's good to be a teacher in Burbank Unified. That's what I heard today, Mr. Becky and Mr. Chenko. So, we get bonuses, stipends, time off, and our teachers are worth every penny. And I'm really glad that we have an amendment or a contract to look at tonight. So on CDS, I was the one who kind of said, how does this legislation affect community day school? So I want to take responsibility for that. That's part of the reason that it came in front of this board and why we were looking at the data that we were looking at. I visited CDS this year. I have a special place in my heart for CDS because of the work that the staff does there. And I want you to know that nothing is decided here. We do need to figure out, as Dr. Paramo said, with a group of people who care deeply about our schools and our students and our staff, how we move forward given kind of the current constraints. And I really trust them to do something to make sure all of our students, as Ms. Glaspie said, the ones that are the least recognized and the most vulnerable, that they get the support that they needed. I attended, a number of us attended a conference last week, and I attended a session on community schools and court schools, frankly, but really community schools and what they look like across the state of California. And I think there are some really interesting things that we could do to move forward in a way that feels edifying. And I also just wanted to thank our parents and students for coming and sharing their stories. It means a lot to me that you came down. I saw the pile of letters that I assume Mr. Fuentes kind of gathered. And I want to celebrate the absolutely life-changing work that this staff is doing. We heard it from students today. I feel like I see it every time there's a name that I recognize of a student that is now the student of the month. I really want to uplift that. And so just thank you to Lilia and Maureen and Billy for coming as parents, for your students, Isabella, Kevin, and Aaliyah, and then Nikolai, Michael, Leo, Christopher. Thank you for sharing that. It means a lot. It always is good to hear from grads and to hear that the work that our staff is putting in, whether it's Mr. Fuentes and Ms. Legaspi or other folks at CDS, that work has meant something. So thank you for coming, and I want to celebrate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Aghakhanian.
Thank you, President Ferguson. I want to start by talking to our students and parents regarding daily. I came here at 18. I was a refugee, and I had to work 4 jobs. And because of my lack of attendance, I almost ended up at the daily school. And I understand the concerns, but I also love to hear the success stories of our students and also the parents, and you being so passionate about it. That is part of the reason I got into education. I believe that it is the most powerful weapon in the world. Education is to change everything. So, as Mr. Fuentes said, it is time to stand up for something, and I respect that. But I also want to make sure that people understand that, these students, just like me, have different situations, different stories. I just happened to be the one who had to work 4 jobs to support my family and couldn't go to school every day. So, there's language barriers that people don't talk about, And so I respect everything you said. It relates to me personally, and I am a success story, despite all the challenges. So thank you for all you do, and thank you to all the parents, and of course our students for being here. And as far as and yes, Miss Paniagua, did I say it right? Yes. Paniagua, yes, thank you. I did go to Valley College, and I did have a beeper. I'm aging myself now. Yes. But again, I want to remind everyone that, all the challenges we're facing right now, I know we're talking about our students. I'm a parent. I know how difficult it is. But at the same time, it is important to, remind ourselves why we're here, right? As a school board member, our number one priority is our students. We want to make sure that they not only finish school, how difficult it is, It is challenging for the students. It's a difficult day. I mean, difficult. It's a different world now compared to what we went through, you know. And but at the same time, I think it's important that we remind ourselves that these students, for them to come forward and speak so honestly, and for them to show their emotions, that speaks volume about how important all of you have been to them, and to continue to be. And that's the key, to continue also to be there for them. As far as our concerns about the program, I do run one of the largest nonprofits in the state of California, so I understand your concerns. I do also agree with, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. Yes, Barbara and Jackie. About learning the system, because it does make a difference. I've had several cases where, again, good intentions, whatever the reasons, I always tell fundraising is very different. There are laws, it could hurt the whole district. You could lose your 501c status, but also for individuals out there working and doing these jobs, it is not their job as well to raise money so much if they don't know what the rules are. So I think it is important that we work together and we learn how the system works, because there are legal ramifications for making a mistake, even if the intentions, were well or not well. So I think we do want to provide this information. It gets complicated, but at the same time, I appreciate you coming forward and having an honest conversation about how we can fix this problem, because at the end, it is about our students, isn't it? And with that said, I also, I want to, thank our wonderful students at Borough High School. I did mention it earlier again. And, when I came here, I wanted to be an engineer. My first degree was environmental engineering. And then I heard, and guess what? Most of the students in that room wanted to be engineers. So it was a good day when I heard a lot of our future students want to get into the field of engineering. But overall, also, I love the fact that the students were also asking questions about their future. There's a lot of uncertainty, but it always helps to, at least, ask the question. I always say, based on what you said, if you don't ask, right? So for us, it's important that you come forward and ask us the questions. There are legal rules and ramifications of what the 501c rules are, but I'm glad that at least we're having this conversation. I don't want this to repeat again. Once we bring forward the information, I think it is important for us that people understand what you can do and what you can't do in the scope of your job description. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have fundraising policies posted on the district website. Okay, great. I'm just making sure. I know that we try and make our stuff as user-friendly, but that's a quick one, so I just wanted to get to that. Dr. Weisberg, sorry to interrupt your time.
No, thank you. My colleagues have said a lot of what I was going to say, so I'll move quickly. First, Chag Hanukkah Sameach to those who celebrate. And I know that Dr. Paramo just took a lot of heat, but as the only Jewish member of the board, I knew it was the first night of Hanukkah. But sometimes the business of the district supersedes being able to celebrate what is, thankfully, if it's not one of our high holy days, nor is it a religious holiday per se. It is more of a cultural celebration. So I know some people like to use any opportunity to denigrate the people here, but as a observant Jewish person, I knew it was the first night of Hanukkah, and I am happy to be here supporting our students, parents, and kiddos. I'll go light the menorah when I get home. And yeah, thank you for the Hanukkah goodies, Dr. Agakanian. Let's see. Something that I was, there's so much. Beep, boop, boop. Oh, Mr. Becky, thank you as always for coming and advocating so strongly. One of the public speakers spoke about the retirement package that our teachers get. That retirement package is because of the unbelievable work that you do. And I would also say from the dais that we have a long way to go before you're compensated appropriately for the work that you do. So too with our classified staff. So it's a good place, but it's not the place we should end up, and none of us are going to rest until you're compensated the way that you ought to be. So thank you for your continued work and your continued activism for all of your teachers. Oh my goodness. So I'm going down. Miss Shook, I hope you saw all of our mouths hanging off of our faces when you spoke. Nothing to say other than I am confident that there will be a very quick, immediate resolution, including a change to board policy, so this doesn't happen again. You brought up so many powerful points. All of them are important, and I just want to thank you for your advocacy, because had you not come here, I don't know how much longer it would have gone on before we found out. So let this be known to any parent or student. Please let us know. We can't often do things until we hear. So I appreciate you. I'm sorry that it had to be this serious of a situation, but I'm sure I would ask that we get a report back as soon as possible to let us know that the change has been made, and that we also contact her and let her know as well if we have contact information for her. Yeah, it's clear she's a good lawyer. To Ms. Baker and Ms. Perry, thank you so much, both of you, for coming down. And I really do appreciate the distinction that you made between the two. I'm sure that once Dr. Paramo gets a handle on that process, that we'll be informed as well, so that we can make absolutely sure that the process is one that, even if it's painful, still feels appropriate. I know you said this, but I do want to reiterate that none of us are up here for the literal fives of dollars that we make as school board members. We're up here because we deeply care about your kiddos. Nothing's worse. Nothing's worse than when you lose a teacher or a coach that you love, that has made such a huge impact in such a small amount of time. So I just want you to know that this is not a decision that anybody took lightly, or that we enjoy doing, or that isn't weighing heavily on all of us. But what I also hear is that the process could have been more transparent, or perhaps more streamlined. And so I really look forward to being able to come back to all of you and talking a little bit more about what we found out and what we can do better in the future. And I do believe that we are a team. And I'm so happy that the boys are back and playing. As like a huge basketball fan myself, I know that their love of the game is stronger than the situation that they're in. And I know Ms. Poncer Kamkar has talked about coming to see a game, so we look forward to doing that and hope no one throws stuff at us. I don't have good hand-eye coordination, so it'll definitely connect, because I won't duck. From Chicago, what do you want? So thank you to both of you, and thank you to all of the students who emailed and the parents who emailed. I think I responded to everybody. It really was powerful to read and to engage with everybody, and I hope people will continue to do that, because I think this is a conversation. It doesn't end, right? We continue to work on this together until people feel ready to move forward. To all of our amazing CDS students and parents, one of the things that this made me think of is, as we move forward and continue to have conversations, how important it'll be to involve student alumni voices and current students in a conversation about what they need, what's worked for them, what hasn't worked for them. So I think that involving parents and students in this conversation is going to be vital. So I hope that, I know some of the students have left, some are still here, but that I hope that you'll be willing to continue the conversation with us, and parents as well. To reiterate what Ms. Poncer Kamkar said, nothing is going to change in this moment, and certainly nothing is going to change until we have found a solution that meets the needs of our kiddos, period. It was really powerful to see so many teachers and students, so I want to do a shout out to Nikolai, who's a student, and I'm scrolling. Hold on. Michael, and who am I missing? And Leo, thank you. I have it all glumped together on here. So thank you for coming. And it just speaks to the power of the school and Isabella and Christopher. Thank you for speaking and sharing something that's like a very, very personal experience to you. It means a lot. And, as Ms. Poncer Kamkar said, and I think as everybody has said in previous times, CDS is an awesome place to go to school. And I think one of the things that we need to work on is highlighting all of the amazing things that happen at CDS, that happen at Monterey, because it does get a bad rap, and it shouldn't. These schools are doing things to many points in the room that other schools weren't able to do. And we know people like Mr. Fuentes and Ms. Weaver at Monterey work tirelessly along with their staff. And those are two of my favorite schools to go to. So I think we can, as a district, commit to talking more about all of the amazing stuff that's happening, because often people don't get to hear that. So I think that's another thing that it made me think of. Thank you to all of the parents, Maureen and Billy and, I'm scrolling. And Lilia, thank you. Thank you to you for advocating for your kiddos and also for other kiddos. You weren't up here telling your story just because of your child's success, but in the hopes that other children would have the same experience. So that is unbelievably powerful, and I think it speaks to the community that CDS has created. And it was amazing to hear those stories. And also thank you to parents who've been emailing us and students who've been emailing us, not just your voices, lots of voices. Hello. I just didn't know if it was for me. I know that Dr. Paramo spent a lot of time meeting with Mr. Fuentes and CDS staff. I know Mr. Fuentes he met with before we even began the conversation. So I know there's been just an enormous amount of discussion about all of the complexities and difficulties of this. I want to reiterate something that the superintendent said, which is, it's not about money. It's not about revenue. It's not about meeting outcomes. A lot of this, and it's a terrible feeling, right? When you have to say, well, the law has changed, and so we too have to change. We have to make adjustments because some of the reasons why our kiddos are at CDS, they can't be there anymore. So I don't want people to walk away from this feeling like, oh, if the kids had done better, if the teachers had done better, or if the admin it's not that. We are so lucky to see the success stories with our students, with our teachers, with our admin. It's not about that. And I know it feels like that. It feels horrible. And as we continue this conversation, I think we'll search for ways to really be clear about that and to reiterate how proud and impressed and continuously inspired we are by what's happening at the school. And to reiterate again, if this does happen, if we have to close a school, it's not, and the kids will figure it out and the parents will figure it out. We will figure it out alongside you to make sure that every single person is supported in the way that they need to be. Ms. Legaspi talked about how she wants to make sure that the decision is made consciously, conscientiously, seriously, and deliberately. And I can give you my word that it will be. There are so many conversations that happen not on the dais, but I assure you that this is a decision that matters. It's at the core of what we do and what we care about, and nothing is going to be made that isn't a deliberate and serious and considered decision, as painful as it is or might not be. So I want to reiterate, thank you to everybody who shared their stories, and congratulations especially to all the students who are just kicking ass out in the world and doing amazing things. It's wonderful to hear. I hope you'll share more about your successes. Hope we can encourage more students to come down and tell us about school and what happened afterwards, because that's the best part of what we do. And it's the thing we truly care about the most. I think that's it. I mean, I think tonight has been a difficult night, I would say, at least for me as a board member. Yeah, and I think for staff as well. You know, you run for school board and you get elected and you're like, this is going to be great. I'm going to do these great things for kids and I'm going to do these great things for teachers and it's going to be great. And you know, then you get into the thick of it and you realize that a lot of these great decisions are also painful decisions. And these great decisions for your teachers and these great decisions for your students sound horrible, even if they're the right decision to make. I appreciated so much the two of you referring again to us as a team, because I do see us that way. Even when we're making decisions that we know are right but feel wrong. But I want to assure everybody in this space who's spoken tonight, whether it's Coach Pope or CDS or Around the Bell or whatever it might be, that what's best for our kids and for our teachers and our staff is the single motivating driving factor for all of us. We don't get it right all the time, the way that we proceed, right? And that's why we need you guys to come down and keep us in check and tell us where we could be doing better. But at the core, we're fighting for all of you, and we're doing it in an informed and deliberate way. So please continue to come down and talk with us. You don't have to wait for a school board meeting. You can email us. You can set up meetings. Always come down if you want, but like you don't have to wait 2 weeks, or this month you don't have to wait like 2 seconds before another meeting. So thank you to everybody. And again, happy Hanukkah to those that celebrate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weisberg. There are certainly tougher meetings as a member of the school board. This is definitely one of them, but in so many ways, the actual students and the outcomes that have been displayed tonight make it one of the most rewarding. I am a student of this school district, former student of this school district, and I almost didn't get across that finish line either. Flat out. I mean, they were literally waiting. Are you going to speak in graduation? We're holding up the programs. Embarrassing. There's a lot of changes that have happened since then that have now made more compassionate educational institutions for students who learn differently. Not every student is meant for our typical K-12 learning environment. The things that have worked for 50 plus years actually don't work for everybody. And we know that now. And what you see is a state that's maneuvering to answer that problem. And they are moving to change how they fund these problems and these challenges and to give diversified learning environments for students, because why? We are finally valuing student experience. We are finally saying, hey, the path isn't easy for everybody. And those students shouldn't be looked down upon. They should be celebrated, elevated, and supported as they take on education in their lives. I am one person who firmly believes that if I went to Monterey or if I went to community day school, I would have been better off. Flat out. I was not served well by the traditional model, not because people didn't try. Thank God people tried, because I wouldn't have gotten across. But because I think the tools are different. And the learning environments are different. Since joining this board nearly 9 years ago now, I have seen board members change, new board members come, and every iteration of this board has gotten more focused on student experience, more focused on giving equity and giving every student a shot. Community day school has forever been a part of my heart, part of my soul, since Chris Crone was the administrator over. She showed me the magic. Mr. Fuentes, we've met a few times as well, has kept that magic going in many, many ways. This is a school district, if you look at the surrounding school districts, not one in our 5-star coalition have a community day school. Not one. They have all changed and not been able to answer this with all the other budget priorities they have, and they have closed their programs, their local school programs. We have done, I think, yeoman's work in trying to keep this, because we know it's a part of our identity. It's a part of who we are, to say these kids are going to stay in Burbank for as long as possible. We're going to take care of them until the final bell, until the final class, and until we hand them a diploma. That is who we are. It is beyond painful to have to even consider this. And frankly, I've seen a superintendent in his first year of being superintendent running around the district like a chicken with its head cut off, for all intents and purposes, trying to find solutions so that this didn't happen. We are all Dr. Weisberg said it, I think, really well. You don't run for school board to shut down schools. That's one. This would be the second school that I would have to vote to close. One of them wasn't serving kids right. That was an easy vote. If this comes forward, this is the antithesis of why I do this work. So I'm going to make sure, just like all of my board colleagues will, and we disagree on things, but there isn't one member up here who isn't fighting to make sure every single one of those kids gets even the better treatment, the more supported outcome. after this is done, after this decision is made. I don't think anybody wants to even do this if we didn't have to. If we didn't think that this was actually something that just financially, we don't have the choice anymore. We've gone to our community twice to ask for parcel taxes, to say, hey, we want to keep the Burbank way of doing things, that specialized treatment, that thing that says Burbank kids deserve that. We've gone to the ballot box twice and we've asked, and a population of 900 has kept us from being able to live our values. And that's wrong. And we're seeing now, inevitably, what we cannot escape, which is the values of those folks who don't believe, who can't get to that point of investment, dominating the experiences of the rest of us. Now, we have to, in this community, engage in conversation. It's okay to disagree, but this is the cost. To each of those students, each of the students who spoke tonight, I see two who are still here. I'm so proud of you. As school board members, we don't handle the attendance issues as much. We will hear from SARB hearings, things like that. We do hear about expulsions. We do directly rule on expulsions. School board members as elected officials are more involved in these things than probably, most elected officials are involved in the minutia. But since I've been a board member, I have kept a doc that doesn't have names, that says where kids are at. That tracks when those kids that I voted to expel get across the finish line. We all are involved in getting every single one of you across the finish line. The attendance issues, I don't track that in the same way. I don't have kids of my own. I have 15,000 of them. I mean that. It's a failure on our part if we don't get these kids across the finish line, if we don't have a model that works for them. And there isn't an educator, there isn't a community member, there isn't anybody alive up here doing this work who doesn't believe that. So, this is, Mr. Fuentes, I am thrilled to hear the positive feedback about your leadership. I will also say it's not about you, it's not about anybody, it's about these kids, right? And you're the first one to nod. He's nodding right now. It's not even about Dr. Paramo and but I know you too to be passionate about these populations. And we are going to work to make sure these kids are taken care of, no matter what, whether we keep, whether we don't. This isn't about dollars and cents in the sense that if I could keep that going, it would be fine. I love that model for folks. I love the creativity in which people have been able to display. I've been working to try and get more resources to that school for many years. But here's what is exciting. We have an opportunity potentially here to create innovation, to create a center, a centralized campus with more resources, more access to things, with minds who are brilliant, who eat, live, breathe student outcomes every single day. We have an opportunity there. I don't like change, like most people. But I'll tolerate it if I know kids are going to be taken care of better. And you bet that if we move forward with this outcome, one, we will do everything we can to keep as many employees as possible within our district. We are trying everything. And second, that we will all be following this and tracking this very closely. And it's because we have tracked it, frankly, so closely, and the new vision and the new leadership in Burbank Unified, that we said this does not represent our values. We're not just going to move and take kids out of a class and out of a learning environment so that we can keep and prop and do. No, we are going to do what's best for those kids. That's what I wanted. That's what I think every member of this community wants. Not to prop up institutions that are phenomenal, but are not being supported by the state in any reason anymore. So this has been a hard night for everybody who hears the pain that these students are experiencing and hearing that these institutions that have cared and loved for them are going away. to you, I will say, fear not. It's coming back bigger and better. A new model, we'll figure it out. We'll figure that pathway out. And I think it's smart too, as Dr. Weisberg said, and I think Ms. Ponster Campcart nodded, to keep students and alumni in that process. These students are not just great people, they're great mentors. And if we could develop a mentor network as well, if that isn't already done, let's talk about it. If we're in touch with students still, let's do that. Because I would rather that be the focus for that moving forward, because these students need that. They need to hear that. That's my community day school. Folks, you're thought of more than you know. And I'll continue until I'm done with my service as a board member, tracking how many expelled students get across that finish line. On the parent policy, the single parent, good Lord. I mean, really? So that goes without saying. And by the way, to everybody at CDS who's enjoyed that success, congratulations, everyone. And to the parents, congratulations. Right, so horrifying to hear. Dr. Promo, I suspect you'll be on that quickly. Yep, as Dr. Weisberg requested, fantastic. Also, just top to bottom review of every other. Great, fantastic. Just want to make sure that was included. And if there's a need for an additional agenda item, that we are calling for that agenda item to be done now so that we don't have to come back and wait. Fantastic. Thank you very much on that front. And then on Coach Pope and to our parent community, the emails are continuing to come in. And that, we have this weird role as school board members. Not only are we in expulsions, we're involved in a lot of different components of school business. You guys aren't new to that. But we do have to remain unbiased. We have to be able to look at all the evidence in front of us. Sometimes it's really hard to even respond. I'm like, hey, because you don't want to get the form email of like, I see you. Inevitably, that's what you can give. It's some response. So what I do want to say is that I am paying attention, very much so. There's a meeting, it sounds like, with Dr. Paramo. If either you feel the need to have another meeting, or if you'd like me to join, I'm happy to. I'm not afraid of engagement on this front. There's always opportunities to learn. I know Ms. Tabbitt has an extensive background in athletics as well. And we remain, I think, us two at this point in time, available. So that way we're tracking, we're bird dogging any kind of issues along the way. That matters to us. And it matters that we are observing process and that parents feel, not just feel involved, that they are in every aspect that they can be. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you spending the time tonight, even to listen to responses. It means the world to us. And so the least I can do is show up for your kids, right? This is our job. And every single one of us, I know, are reading this and going and following this closely. So I will make sure to get you my contact information afterwards. I believe I may have seen your name in one of them. But I want to make sure you have it. So with that, to Ms. Perry, who left, fundraising has been it is like the bane of my existence since being on, and Ms. Tabbitt's been here longer, so she's suffered longer. Yeah. And every time a fundraising issue comes up, even when we're in this most severe of disagreements, Ms. Tabbitt and I, we'll look at each other and go, and it is the bane of our, truly, it is just awful. One, equity, right? How do you observe equity when you're asking kids to lug boxes of chocolates around and some kids are going to have to sell more than others? That's terrible. How we have to organize parents to say, oh, go fund a nonprofit. Are you kidding me? It's just beyond madness. So there are a ton of rules, right? What we can basically say to our parent community, and anybody watching or listening right now, is if it has to do with fundraising, stop, rearrange, and listen. Okay, stop immediately and get aware. We definitely need somebody that just focuses on fundraising, I believe, in this district to help educate, to help drive. We've tried that for a long time. We can't, when that job competes with a teacher or competes with, how do you do that? Of course, teachers, of course, in classroom supports are going to win. But you bet it's complicated. So we do have it up on the website. We are always looking at that to make sure it's more user-friendly. I'm going to ask Ms. Tabbitt if she'll work with me on looking at those policies again without the objection of my colleagues, just to see, again, can we put together a one-sheet, kind of page that says, here's the basic, and I'm not talking about additional work for staff. This is additional work for Ms. Tabbitt and I. That just, maybe 2 sheets. We're going to need a bigger boat. That would be ideal if that works for folks. And without that, just finalizing, it is the privilege of a lifetime to be a student, to be a school board member. Each one of us hands that diploma out on behalf of this community. There's so much pride that each of us have had in that. I have sat through graduation ceremonies and I've heard each of my colleagues talk about what this means to them personally. We know that the journey to that diploma, to that handshake, is different for every child and for every student that this district is entrusted with. But we also get the awesome privilege of seeing the relief, the elation, and the joy of when that mission gets accomplished. There is nothing better than that in this world than serving that mission, and we are going to continue to deliver for every student we can, as long as we can. And with that, we'll conclude public comment. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, including our remote speaker. Dr. Paramo, I'm looking at you.
Yes, sir. I just have one last comment. If it's okay with the board, I think it would be amazing if we concluded our meeting today on behalf of Walter Collier.
In memory.
Yes, it's the gentleman that gave his life.
Yep.
Yep.
So absolutely, we'll adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Walter Collier. If we could bring back a formal reading, we'll do that just to make that formalized. And also, Leo, who left, who spoke during public comment, we were in closed session when we heard. I think Dr. Paramo sent the text to Dr. Hill at that time.
Yes, sir.
It is so good to see you healthy. We all track this. And Leo, to hear and to speak with such eloquence and clearly such kind of wisdom that is so hard-earned. It's the embodiment of the work we do. And I know you're not here in chambers. I hope you watch. If you don't watch, that's fine. But just to know you're okay and able to do that. Amen. So with that, we'll go to reports to the board. And by the way, to all those criers, hi. If you can't cry about kids and learning outcomes, what the heck can you cry about in this world anymore? I'm not going to do, but I'm going to move to item 11A, reports to the board. Just because it is a long meeting, I would take a break typically, but I want to keep things moving. Dr. Anders, thank you as always for doing great reports, but also putting up with our chaos a little bit. No problem.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Could we get the presentation up, please? President Ferguson, Vice President Weisberg, members of the board, BUSD staff and community, happy to be here this evening to present on our math collaborative, also known as the Algebra Project. This has been about a 6-year process, and we're just very thrilled with the outcomes and thrilled with what we see as the future of the work that we've been doing. With me tonight is some of the members of the team. We have teachers from our middle schools and high schools. These are the people doing the work, making the difference for students, and I'm really appreciative to have them. They represent what is best in Burbank in our classrooms, and they are invaluable to this process. So one of the things we're going to do tonight is just reflect a little bit because of the 6-year process that we've been on. When we started, our mission was really A through G. It's become a lot more than that. We've been looking at a lot of different things, but that's where we started. And that's been a focus for this board. It's been a question that's come up recently too, is our A through G rate. And so once you know, this has been 6 years of working towards improving that, and that was the very first question that we asked when we started. It was what we identified was this was not an issue of our courses. This was not an issue of our counselors not knowing how to schedule students. It wasn't an issue of having our courses A through G approved. I assure you, Ms. Sharon Caseo made sure that was done and taken care of. What we found out was our students were struggling to be A through G compliant when we started this 6 years ago because they were not being able to finish certain courses and complete that track. And that was a result of either D's or F's in some of those courses that took them off that track. So we worked with CalEd partners as well as looked at our own data and research to determine, well, what is most common? What is the biggest concern on our district as far as why students aren't completing? And we quickly focused in on Algebra 2 as a determination of whether the kids were going to complete A through G. We found that completing Algebra 2 had all these other factors in life, including divorce rate, happiness, wellness, mental health. It's considerable that Algebra 2 made that much difference in students' lives. Well, it wasn't what they learned in Algebra 2. It was all these other factors that led to that. So we realized we had to backtrack a little bit. We couldn't just look at Algebra 2 and what was being taught there. We had to figure out why kids weren't finishing Algebra 2, and that's where we landed on algebra. Algebra was the gatekeeper. It pretty much predicted whether or not kids were going to finish Algebra 2. It pretty much predicted whether they were going to be A through G. And so we've done a lot of work in algebra, and our DNF rate has gone down considerably because of that work. What did we learn? We learned that solutions needed to come from the classroom. They needed to include the practitioners in the room. They had to be part of the conversation. They had to be vulnerable about what's working, what's not working. Collaboration needed to be focused and structured. We needed to give them the tools they needed to be able to have the conversations, the courageous conversations that they needed to have together as a team. And current research needed to be considered. So as we were identifying problems, as we were coming together to be vulnerable about what we thought we could do better, we needed to go out, seek some answers, and bring those back to our small communities. What that allowed us to do was create a climate of continuous improvement. This work is never done. It's going to need to continue because our students are always going to change. The standards, the rules that we play by are not always going to be the same from years from now. Excuse me. Step one was establishing a math mindset. Our teachers identified that very early on by surveying students and realizing the perspective that students brought to the classroom was not what we were anticipating, and it was not going to serve these students to continue to do the same thing we've done for years. We created PLC norms so that when we had conversations that those were structured and we respected each other's opinions and we heard each other's voices. We made investments in common assessments. We took time away from our students by having sub-coverage to work together to find the best way to measure our students being successful in the standards we say we're teaching. And can we measure those in a way that allows us to share that data together and look at what's working and what's not? That allowed us to have the collaboration around that data and talk about our practices and be vulnerable about why did you have better scores than I did as a teacher? And be honest to know, what did you do? And I want to do that going forward, because if it works for you, it's going to work for me. And lastly, those changes in practice became our desired outcomes. And we focused a lot on what was the factor mattered most for students, and that was changing the narrative of how many points I can get. Can I do this for extra points? To a conversation more about what can you tell me about my learning and what can I do to demonstrate to you that I understand this so that I can get the grade I want. And that resulted into the following. A downward trend for the last about 10 years in our algebra DNF rate. What's impressive about this when we look at this with other districts that are part of this collaborative is that initial bump that you see, which is significant, happened in a lot of other districts. And then it started to creep back up and they basically ended up where they started, not us. That's because we've had continuous improvement and we've continued to look at how we teach and reshape how we provide instruction. And that's why you see the downward trend for so many years. We also wanted to look specifically at some of our subgroups that were disserved or were not being served. by our process. And initially, we identified Hispanic students as being having a harder time being A through G ready. And so we wanted to focus specifically on this metric to make sure that what we were doing was not just benefiting all students, but benefiting these students more, or at least at the same degree. So some of the things that have been done around this work are, like I've been referencing, are common formative assessments when it comes to grading. That's standardized so that all teachers are looking at the same things and we're more clear on what we expect when we are talking about specific standards. Through that, we've been able to identify changes in our grading and opportunities for mastery for students so that they can prove to us or to show them and demonstrate their understanding in multiple ways. The grading part is the rubric grading. That's allowed us to also assess our assessments. So part of that rubric is looking at, are we really asking the right questions for what we want our kids to demonstrate? And along those lines, are we clear about what we're expecting as math teachers so that every kid, no matter what classroom they are in, are being asked to do the same thing? That was the focus on standards. Interventions led to these changes in grading practices and calculations. We looked specifically at students that were in the range of 0 to 59%, which is a very significant percentage of students to be failing. And so that's when we looked at the rubric and determined maybe a 1, 2, 3, 4 scale is more appropriate for students. Options for mastery. This is, again, giving kids the opportunity to find a way to demonstrate their understanding in a different way. Alignment and ensured in curriculum. This is what we call our promise standards, which is now changed to essential standards, which now has changed to essential objectives, because we are continuously improving. And part of that is we started simple, and that allowed us to be very, to provide high quality instruction around what we determined was most important for kids to know when they get to the next grade level. This goes back to the original idea of this work of if we want kids to be successful in Algebra 2, we have to prepare them in Algebra. Alignment and ensured curriculum, which I just touched on, sorry. Tier 2 interventions, that looks different at each school. I'm just going to provide 2 examples of intervention periods. Muir time at Muir, where kids are identified specifically to participate in extra tutoring and support, and academic excellence at Burroughs. Kind of where this work started for students and allowed us to get this momentum initially was around math mindset. And that's called Unit 0, where we specifically look at math trauma for students and recognize there is trauma when you failed multiple years in a row, and that comes with you when you start your math class. It's also about the misconceptions about my parents were bad at math, so I'm bad at math, and that's just genetically inherited. It's become a shared responsibility for our students, and that's huge. Work by Hattie and meta-analysis shows that if teachers believe in each other and believe in the work they're doing, that's going to have the biggest impact for kids. Transparency and vulnerability and data trends are all part of the PLC process, and I want to turn it over to someone who's been with this project from day one. I can't say that, but he's been a big part of why this has been successful at John Burroughs High School, why this has been successful at the other schools, is because he's led with compassion, he's led with a really extensive knowledge of math, but also very humble. So, Greg Everhart.
Good evening. All right, next slide, I guess. I wanted to point out a few things here. This is definitely not the scope of our work in any way, shape, or form. It's hard to know what to share with you guys. It's 6 years in a short presentation. So this is just a snippet of a few things, some old things that we're continuing on and some things that we've just started. So first thing is definitely Unit 0, which Robin mentioned. Unit 0 came about from starting that PLC process, getting a group of teachers to actually work on work over the summer in a small mini PLC weekly as we took a class at Stanford with Joe Bowler on the work with Carol Dweck on growth mindset, talking about explicitly teaching growth mindset to our students. So instead of an Algebra 1 class starting in with students who already have math trauma and giving them a pre-assessment to confirm that they don't know what's going on, it's pretty much not a way to start positive in any way, shape, or form. You're just confirming the trauma exists. So instead, starting with looking at the beauty of math, looking at how we can give them opportunities to take chances, encourage the mistakes that they make, and show that by making mistakes, that's really the best way to learn. Starting that way over the first 2 weeks, then our Algebra 1 teachers were able to use that base knowledge of growth mindset for the students to then, when they really did have struggles later on in the semester, remind them, you guys remember what we did at the beginning of the semester? And so kind of put them back in that headspace. That Unit 0 is really something that has, when we share this information to the other districts, it's something that they love, that they really want to try. More than anything else we share, they love that piece, explicitly teaching that. Rubric grading, which was mentioned before, this really did come up organically. During the pandemic, when our Algebra 1 teachers were working together, we were creating common formative assessments, and we had to reinvent how we were evaluating students because we didn't see them in person. And so the discussion of how to do that, it really came up like, well, we've got to come up with some sort of system on a point, not points, but based on a rubric. So thoughtful discussion on how to create those rubrics with experts who've been doing that for a long time really was a method to continue that vulnerability and talk about, this is what I'm struggling with. That's what I'm struggling with. What does mastery actually mean? Instead of, here's the Unit 1 test, here's the Chapter 2 test based on some textbook. And so basing that on mastery and not on compliance. So that rubric grading is something that we've continued through. Some of us now are setting up our entire gradebook with rubrics. This is my 3rd year doing that. I failed a lot at the beginning, but it's growth mindset. That's what we're doing. As we press forward through this too, in January, I get to go to the middle schools and talk to them about my experience with rubric grading, get more people on board, talk it through and why it's the best way to go. And hopefully is something that can be adopted throughout all math teachers in the district. I'm going to skip the data science for a moment, or the state, yeah. Oh. I want to talk about mathematics for a moment. I'm going to mention the framework of California that was adopted in just past July, and one of those was about inquiry-based learning and pushing that forward. The nice part is we've already been doing that. That's really part of our process. Our CPM textbook does that really well. Having each lesson be part discovery, part solidification of that discovery, and then formalizing at the end. Mathematic is an online free resource that we use to enhance what we're already doing with our CPM textbook inside. I know that last year when we were able to come present, I said we were going to try this exploration of data science class. It is in progress. We are in our first semester. We have 2 sections of it at John Bros High School. We have 1 section at Burbank High School. We are lucky to have one of those teachers here with us right now. It is my counterpart at Burbank High, Jessica Gayon, who is the math department chair and also one of our teachers of explorations of data science. I'm going to turn it over to her so she can give you guys some background on that.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So taking on this class was something that I was like, oh, this sounds so much fun. This sounds so interesting to me. And now looking back, I'm like, why did I put myself through this? It's always really hard to start a new class and to kind of like step up and prep everything and just kind of like get out of your wheelhouse. And for me, it's definitely like not the traditional math class. And so I'm so used to just being very comfortable in, I know math so well. My background is in math and students will ask me questions and I'm like, okay, I can do that, or, hey, maybe I don't know, but I will figure it out for you. And this class has been very much having me like stand up there in front of my students and go, I don't really know the answer to that, and I'm gonna have to go do some research for you, which is hard for me to be vulnerable in front of them, and it's always a position that was always very like, I'm gonna be very prepared for every lesson I do, and a lot of these lessons I walk in and I'm like, I have an idea of what I'm doing, but I don't know where it's going from here, so we'll see what the students bring to this, and that has been really interesting to me. But one reason why I really liked this class is the fact that data is everywhere around us. Every day, humans are generating data simply by existing. The ability to work with and understand and use data has become an essential life skill and a requirement for an ever-expanding range of jobs and careers. 90% of the world's data has been created just in the last 2 years. This constant production and recording of data has changed the way that the world works, and this new data-intensive world can be very difficult to navigate. Decisions that used to be straightforward are now more complex, requiring individuals to be constantly separating fact from fiction, and in just about any job students will go into, they are going to be making sense of data. In short, the need to analyze and interpret data is no longer confined to engineering or computer programming. It has become an essential life skill, and everywhere we turn, data is telling and weaving stories about our world. In the new Explorations in Data Science class, students are introduced to the data science process, which is comprised of asking questions, gathering and organizing data, modeling that data, analyzing and synthesizing the models, and then finally communicating those results. Students are given real-life situations, such as, how much water does your household use per day? And do the genres you hear played on shuffle represent the genres in that specific playlist? In this class, students have the opportunity to utilize existing data sets and also collect their own data. Students are exposed to tools such as Google Sheets, Python code, Data Commons, CodeApp, and Tableau, just to mention a few of them. They use all of these different things to help them to model the data so they can see what is going on, and then they have to analyze and synthesize what that is giving them to then explain their arguments. They often have to write database arguments based on what they are learning from these models, which has been so eye-opening to a lot of the students. They're like, I've never had to think like this before. I've never had to write like this before. And for me, I'm like, I've never had to grade this before. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, I'm just trying along with you, and we're all going to fail together and then make it even better. But overall, the greatest thing that I love about this class is that unlike a traditional math course that focuses on formulas and procedures, this class is centered around real-world data and real-world things. And at the end of the year, the students are going to get to look back at all of the different sections that we have gone through and all of the different little units that we have looked at. They get to pick their favorite thing, and then they're going to choose what they want to do their research on and utilize some of the tools that they have learned throughout the year. Students have been saying very many positive things about this class, and we're hoping to get it to expand even more at both sites. And I have some quotes that came from some of the students at John Burroughs High School. Mr. Britton, who's teaching it over at Burroughs, he asked for some testimonials from a few of his students, and he shared them last week with all of the secondary or the high school math teachers when we all got together. And so I asked him, I said, can I share some of these with the board when I do this presentation? So he gave me some snippets of some things that they had said. So here's a little bit about what some of the students have been saying. So one student said, I like that the class is project-based and how different each of our projects have been over the different units. We have done super creative projects that had a lot of artistic freedom, but also projects with a lot of structure. There's a project for each of us to showcase our different strengths and talents. The majority of our projects have also been based on things in our daily life. Overall, it has been nice to have a class that is a math class, but has a lot more depth to it. When we hear data, the first thing we think of doesn't have to be, oh no, more math. We can actually see it around us and apply it in many different ways. Another student said, the class discussions are the most interesting because we get to see how people interpret the data. A lot of people have asked me about this class, and when explained, they are interested. Many people didn't take the class because they thought it was all math, but once finding out how the class is interactive and group-based, they wish that they had taken it. The class is very fun and easily relatable to our real lives. Another student said, I like the data science class because of the variety of things taught and the fact that they can be used in everyday life. For example, in ethics, I constantly am checking my phone now for updates, and I've started to read the company's disclaimers and privacy policies because of what I have learned in our class. It has made me more alert of my surroundings and more aware of what is capable in our everyday lives. Data science is probably the most interactive math class that I've ever been in, and when the course gets going and everyone wakes up, it feels like everyone wants to give feedback and answers, unlike the typical classroom where it's hard to get someone to volunteer. What we've been learning so far and how it is structured helped me to organize things, keeps me on track, and helps me to understand the content better. And lastly, now because of this class, I constantly see data around me everywhere with everything I do. I never paid attention to that, but now I am constantly aware of what data is, or trying to figure out what is around me and in what ways it is being used.
Cool stuff, huh? As we continue forward outside of the classroom into departments, that idea of establishing a PLC culture, getting experts in the room to use Dufour's 4 questions to guide all of the thought process of what do we want students to know? How do we know if they know it? What do we do when they already know it? And then what do we do if they still don't know it? And then still don't know it, and then still don't know it, and still don't know it, right? And so those are guiding questions, and from that, the vulnerability opens up, and that's where all of our problems of practice come from. Those are the things that we want to try to attack. Those are our inquiry cycles, our PDSA cycles, as we call them, our plan, do, study, and act. And some of those are going 6, 7 at a time. Some of those last an entire semester. Some of those last a 10-minute conversation. And then we try it, we fail forward, or we're successful, and we continue to keep that growing. This is that culture of collaboration that we've been able to establish and that we want to continue to grow as we continue to expand this work, which is what our plan is. So bringing this out now to district-wide, at the high schools, we definitely want to have more collaboration between our high schools more than just our Algebra 1. We don't want to lose sight of all the progress that Algebra 1 has made, but Geometry and Algebra 2, which are both classes that so many students take, as we talked about Algebra 2 being very important for their future. So we want to make sure that we are working just as hard to use our structures that are already in place to make sure that we continue to grow there as well. Now, it's crazy that we haven't done this in the past, but talking to our middle school colleagues, as those are the students that we inherit up at high school, it makes so much sense to start there. So scaling this work towards the middle schools, specifically targeting 8th grade, which are the students who are going to go into Algebra 1 in the high school. That was our main goal for this part of the cohort. And in just a short period of time, our middle school teachers have just done incredible work at onboarding. Mir sort of got a head start last year, tried a few things with their PLCs, and then this semester, both Luther and Huerta have begun that process as well. We're lucky to have 3 incredible middle school teachers in math here right now, and so I'm going to introduce them and have them share a little bit of the work they've done. We have Erin Dorsey from Muir, we have Christina Considine from Luther, and we have Amanda Gonzalez from Huerta.
Thank you. Nice to see you. I'm really excited. I one time shared with you how important the PLCs are to me. It's what makes my job exciting, and I love coming to work because I value my colleagues, I value their wisdom and their input, and I can be vulnerable. And I'm always learning. I always want to be a better teacher, a better math teacher. So the PLCs feed that. And the PLC is a place for us to collaborate, and then we analyze, and then we grow from there. And so they said all the important things. We're looking at the data so that we can make assessments better. And we found that with rubric grading, in our 6th grade team, we went to rubric grading. Everything is so precise now. When I go through a test, I can tell you exactly where a student is struggling, where they're mastering, and then the student receives that same feedback. So the student is also aware, oh, okay, I didn't master this concept, but I mastered that one. And then one of the things we've employed is the ability to, so you take the test, you receive the rubric back and the feedback, and then you can take another test and show mastery. Again, you have another chance. So it's not like you take the Unit 1 test, you put Unit 1 away, oh, maybe you'll do better in Unit 2, too bad for your D on Unit 1. It's more of continuous mastery of these skills that are going to constantly repeat. And especially in 6th grade, you can see everything they see in 6th grade is going to become an algebra, something in algebra later. It's not labeled that yet, and maybe it doesn't have the exact name or variable component, but it's the building blocks. So now I'm going off of my notes, but creating in this PLC, we're able to be more consistent, and we're able to share. So just today we gave a quiz and we looked at our rubric and we didn't like it. And so we have to refine it. And so then the rubric has to get better because it didn't match and it doesn't go exactly with the standard and we didn't test what we were supposed to be testing. And you can't do that alone. If you just sit at your desk and look at all these papers, it doesn't happen as quickly, and it's not as healthy. So it's awesome to be in a PLC and work with other people. And I really appreciate this opportunity. And rubric grading was scary for like a minute. No, but then Greg came and he was like, no, you can do it. And Jen Almer was like, do it, Aaron. And I said, okay, well, we'll do it. So and the kids do not obsess over, do I have an 88 point this or a 67? They are like, okay, how do I master that? And okay, so you got this part of the decimals, but you didn't get this part. So you have to go back, and it's this standard, and that's what they're doing now. We're finding that they are really working toward mastery versus so focused on a grade, which makes class more fun, and they have an awesome time. So that's it.
Hello, I'm Amanda Gonzalez, and I teach at Huerta. This year, we just sort of joined in with this amazing opportunity, and I am really grateful, by the way. Thank you so much. We met in October, and we met by grade level. We did pick out those essential objectives, not the power standards, the essential objectives, and we created, in our grade levels, common assessments to monitor the student success already. We've given out one per grade level, and we are going to come back after the winter break and give out another couple throughout the spring semester. We also are going to be meeting in the spring to discuss rubric grading. So I'm really excited about that. We're just sort of jumping into this big project that's already been ongoing, but we're just sort of trying to like run and catch up, it seems like. But we're very excited. So the next steps for us at Huerta would be to create those rubrics to go along with our assessments, and then also collaborate with the other 2 middle schools and sort of compare the data, see what's working with them and what maybe we could improve upon together, and hopefully extend all the way down to from 6th grade up to 8th grade. Our Math 8 assessments are modeled after the Algebra 1 assessments, and they're sort of scaffolded up from October out till May. So by the time we get to the end of the school year, they match what they're expected to start in algebra. So it's hopefully a nice transition for them, and I think it'll help support them as well. But that's really it. We really are just at the very beginning of joining in the work, and I'm so excited and appreciative, and I'm just looking forward to coming back and sharing our progress with you soon. But I think that's it. We've got those common assessments. We're going to start with some rubrics and then look at rubric grading as well. Okay, thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. I had it on today, and I was like, I'm just gonna keep it on.
Yeah.
You know,
We
my
have the mission.
students loved it.
That's right.
I know we got the green going on, right? It's a good color. I am at Luther, and I teach Math 8. I also teach algebra and geometry. This is my first year. I've been invited to join this math collaboration team, and like Amanda said, I love it. I love being in a room with other people that are passionate about teaching math and finding the best ways to help our students enjoy it and understand it and have this high level thinking. So this is our first year at Luther being part of this team. We have met once as a PLC at our school. Our 8th grade teachers and our 7th grade teachers got to split a day to work with each other. A very new team of some teachers at Luther. So in 8th grade, our focus really was, what are we teaching each semester, right? Look at the pacing, look at what content should be taught, and looking at how that matches the standards as well, and really trying to show that we will have that equity of what is being taught throughout the classrooms. So no matter what, if you're changing from my classroom to my colleague's classroom, you're all still learning the same things, right? So we started, first semester we laid out already, and then we have goals to meet in January to look at the very beginning of the semester of what standards there still are for us to be teaching in our classrooms to finish out the year. And then again, we have our tiered goals. Let me backtrack. We have created a Google Classroom to share amongst the 3 middle schools already, so that we can be putting in there common assessments that we're creating and sharing with each other. As we start creating these objectives with matching the standards and the rubrics, we can put them in there to share with each other. This process actually is amazing that there's so many of us at the different middle schools that we're like, we found like our Huerta sister, and we enjoy talking about the same things, and we have so much to share with each other, and we work really well together. So this process and this time that we've been given to do this has been amazing. So we've created this space to share, and so I'm just looking forward to creating some more of these common assessments and really making sure like we're testing and assessing the standards. So thank you, and that's it.
We're almost done, I promise. Okay, good. Yes,
Just
positivity,
all the
right?
things, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
keep the flow going. All
It's been a
right.
long time. Stop it.
Don't tempt me. We are teachers, right? We have those voices. We have just 2 more slides. The next slide is about the framework that, in middle of July, it was finally adopted after some controversy. Some of those controversies are still occurring. But the idea for this is for our pacing for Algebra 1 to Geometry and then Algebra 2. The concept is to try and give students more options so that they are encouraged to take more than the minimum number of math classes possible. The more options they have, the more enticing will be. Obviously, explorations in data science being a huge portion of that. Hopefully we will, as we get textbook adoptions within the next year, 5 years, whenever that's going to be, that conversation can keep going, and maybe there's some other options as well to throw in that mix. As things are changing so rapidly, who knows what's going to happen at that point, right? Yeah. And one other thing I wanted to mention about the framework is not only the push towards the inquiry-based, but they really want to push big ideas that we can mold together, that show that math is intertwined and isn't so isolated on one topic without showing the connection from one thing to another. And I just want to let you know that when this framework came out, I'm sure there are some districts that are worried about that. We've already been doing this work. We are in a really good spot. So it's okay, we're already doing that. We're in a really good spot. So finally, our last slide here, our next steps. So obviously we want this collaboration to continue. We want to maintain the growth that we've had both in Algebra 1, of course, expand that out to Geometry and Algebra 2. We are in a spot where An incoming brand new teacher to this district, if they're teaching Algebra 1, they are in a really great space to be set up for success. The curriculum design, the creating of assessments, that stuff is done. They have so much to grab. So they can focus on finding their vibe in their own room, right? Their classroom management, how they want to set that up, how they communicate with parents. All that stuff, they can focus more in. And so we're setting them up for success by the collaboration that we're doing. We don't have that solid foundation in our geometry or algebra 2 yet. So we really want to get there. So no matter what, if somebody's coming in, they know exactly what they have to do and aren't just handed a book and say, you got a neighbor across the hall in case you need help, which is unfortunately the way it was for quite some time. And so I really feel like we've set our math teachers up for success in this district. Further implementation. This is a huge goal of mine, is to work on this vertical integration. We've talked so much about secondary, but our elementary school teachers are so spectacular, and we could learn so much from them. And so finding a way to get that common thread with the math talks that they do, and then bringing that up. I mean, they're already doing rubric grading. Like, we got to learn from them. It's ridiculous that we're not doing that. So trying to get that vertical integration as we press forward. If we can get all of our math teachers on board with feeling vulnerable and create or continue to create that culture of collaboration, then we will have our structure for sustainability and hopefully bring this out to all other classes and subjects, not just math. Because it works for us, it should work for everyone. And with that, I believe we're done, but I would love to take a moment to, you can clap. Great job, guys. I would love to take a moment to thank both John Promo and Sharon Cuseo, who definitely showed not just their leadership, but their trust in us teachers to do the work. And it really allowed us to take ownership in that work, feeling that it was ours and we were pressing that forward. I also would be remiss if I don't mention Jen Almer Johnson, who definitely laid the foundation for all of the mindset work, the beginning of this, and we definitely wouldn't be here without all of that work prepping up here. I think now we're finally done. Probably questions? Yes.
So before everybody jumps, everybody's so excited about this. So Ms. Tabbitt, do you?
I had a lot of questions, and then Greg, you came up and sort of, I think you do what you did in your class. You sort of swirled it all, and I went, oh, like the light bulb went off. Okay. My question was, so data science, do I have that name right? That is an elective, so to speak, not a requirement, because a lot of our students would take algebra, geometry, algebra 2, and then, I don't take any more math. But here's an option, and it sounds amazing. So thank you for that. Keeping kids in a fourth year to keep, I know I would have probably gotten through college sooner had I continued some sort of, yeah, no, seriously, some sort of math mindset.
Yeah, it's called Explorations in Data Science.
Exploration.
And it's really only been in existence for about 3 years, and so we're really new to this game. But it is after Algebra 2.
Okay, so you need those 3 classes.
So
in order
again,
to
this
take
is controversial,
a lot of
but
seniors.
yes, for right now, based on UC requirements, and they're kind of flip flopping on whether they're going to take it or not take it. But right now, it's after Algebra 2 for our district.
And that leads to my second question: does it cover any of the A through G requirements? Should that be necessary for a student? It does.
Yes.
Okay. And then do I get to ask all my questions real quickly? Is that okay? Okay.
If you are organized to keep everything in one, great, fantastic.
Are you talking to me? No.
No, just a rubric that you're going to have to.
Yeah, that's exciting, the rubric part. So my understanding from what I'm hearing, so it's the teacher in me now, and I apologize to you.
Don't apologize.
Guys.
That's great.
Well, because like, do I really need to take up everyone's time? Because I want to understand, but when you talk about rubric grading in math, are you looking at step-by-step process? Like, wow, you understand how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide and follow the correct order. So check plus there. Oh, but then you had so is that, am I understanding that correctly?
I'm gonna say as politely as possible.
No.
No?
Yeah, okay.
But that's okay. What we did is based on an objective. Students will understand how to solve quadratic equations in multiple modalities, multiple
Okay.
methods.
Thank
et
you for
cetera,
the
et cetera,
math
right?
language. Yes.
Something like that. So then we, as experts, create questions that test that objective and talk about what mastery means for that objective. So we very rarely ever give full class tests anymore. So our objectives are maybe 2, 3, 4 questions that test a standard in multiple ways or test an objective in multiple ways. And then from those, what we're looking at is to see whether they understood. So if it's about quadratics and they make a simple subtraction error at the end, no, they have not shown mastery, but maybe they are still proficient in what we're testing them on, even if they can't get the correct answer.
It's just not as I was looking for, but it's overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay. Makes sense? Okay, cool. Obviously, there's so many
We
examples I
have
could give. But
mastery in
hopefully that's
that
good.
answer. Then,
All right.
so- gotcha. Okay. I'm good for now.
So I would add to that, like one of those questions is normally a fairly baseline question so that we can see if they're even at like the 1.
Okay.
And then from then to see what they're showing us. Basically, we want them to show us that they're learning. And that's the key. It's not just I'm going to write something down and maybe get partial credit on it. That doesn't really exist that way anymore. It's showing that they're learning based on the objective and what we have decided mastery looks like for that objective. Instead of just here I'm completing 10 worksheets on something, showing that I'm working hard, you can work really hard and still know nothing, right?
Yes.
And so that's
Yes.
kind of the difference between those.
And I also think just in
Into your
when you get the middle school.
In your mic.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, I'm just having a conversation. I'm so sorry. I think when you get the middle school component really down, you'll see those high school scores get less and less D's and F's because, I mean, that's it. Everything's scaffolded, and if you miss out in 6th grade, it's really hard to catch up. There's some components that are only taught in 6th grade, but they're going to need them later on. But they already need to know how to do that. So, I think this is going to. I mean, you've just touched the tip of the iceberg. We're going places.
Totally agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ponser Kamkar.
Thanks. So thank you for all of this. Super exciting work. So I have a couple comments and then a question. So I'm glad you brought up just this idea of like elementary school teachers are already kind of checking mastery by rubric, and it's kind of like why did we go away from that? And so I'm glad to hear that we're not moving on if students haven't mastered stuff, right? Because we know, especially math, like builds, and you can't just not get chapter 7 and then move on with the rest of your life. In most cases, I also wanted to. On the data science one, I did visit Mr. Britton's class at JBHS during like the first week of school. So they weren't so deep into it, but it was really great to see how he was pulling students in on like, this isn't just if you're an engineer. This isn't just if you have data in your job title. Basically, everyone uses Excel in their jobs in the real world, right? And so like you're gonna need to know how to do this. I also I'm hoping my husband is not listening to the board meeting tonight, but he is a data scientist, and I'm happy to volunteer him for any sort of speaker that you would like to have.
Voluntold. We call voluntold.
Voluntold, and I told him that would probably happen at some point. So here it is. It happened. Sorry, buddy. And then on questions, I feel like this would not be a math presentation if I didn't ask for a calculation, which is on slide 6, we had the raw numbers of fail rates, and it would be good to get the percentages of that because I assume the number of kids taking algebra is probably steady year over year, but I also know like we live in declining enrollment. We talk about it at every board meeting. So I would love to get those numbers at some point. And I thought about it last night, Dr. Anders, when I looked at the presentation, and I was like, I'm not going to send him an email at 10 o'clock at night now that it's 10:15. So that would be really good to know. And then the last thing that I just wanted to ask is on, as math teachers and thinking about how you're integrating this across all grades, right? What do you want, what would be kind of the biggest lever if you could pull it at like even the household level, right? Because I think a lot about this math mindset stuff. And like I said, my husband's a data scientist, so he's not afraid of math. And so like we're instilling that in our first grader who is doing algebra. Like she just doesn't know that the blank is X, right? But what would you want from like other teachers in the school or even from parents at home to help with their students' math and math mindset in particular?
It's such a fantastic question, and I will say what I say at back to school night, and what a lot of you said when we started talking about math and like failure. That was me. We don't want to push our trauma in math onto our children, and so don't tell them that you hate math. That's kind of the only thing that we could ask for parents. We do not expect them to be experts in mathematics. Just don't tell them that you're horrible at it and you hated it, because then they feel like it's okay for them to feel that way. So that's really like the one starting place. And then teachers kind of already are trying to inspire and show them that everyone can learn math and practice. Practice makes perfect. And so the brain science shows that you can train your brain to learn anything. You just have to have the mindset to do that. Did I answer your question? Okay. Awesome. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, Christina.
I just want to add, cheering them the little successes on. So every teacher does that in their classrooms, but I feel like in my personal experience in my math classes, when like a kid does like solving an equation, like and they go, this is the first time I've ever like gotten this, right? And the whole class gets so excited. We all cheer for each other. So just cheering on the little things, checking on them like, oh, that was better than last week. And so just doing that because that makes such a world of difference in their lives.
Awesome. I'm going to go to Dr. Iaconi and then Dr. Weisberg. And
So first of all, did you all watch the Rick and Morty Alphabetarium episode? Letters versus numbers? You should watch it. It just came out. And the fight is a 7 is just an upside down L. Watch that. Yeah.
the next meeting.
Yeah. So first of all, Aramis says hello. He's a Math 3 student at Muir. Shout out to Miss Casper. So he's at Math 3 now, loves math. But first of all, I want to thank all of you. I just said earlier that all of a sudden I've seen this big jump in students who are interested in engineering. It is thanks to all of you. So thank you very much for instilling the mathematics in our students. And, my question is, first of all, I do appreciate the practice part and the fact that what you're talking about. People always say, I'm not good in math. And I said, no one is. It requires practice because they always sometimes think, putting numbers together and calculating the same thing as mathematics. It's not. So if your child can figure out algebra naturally, then call me. I'll be their agent and we're going to make a lot of money. But the point I'm making is that I think the mindset has changed. I love, and I think in Burbank, I can say, thanks to all your efforts and all you've been doing, because this has been kind of, we still are learning and growing. But my question is also applying all these skills to the real life and what happens after as a professor for higher education. That is some of my concerns. And where the areas that I'm seeing right now, with AI, if you watch the South Park episode with AI, where did you see that? Yeah. Well, it's true. They do predict the future. I mean, I hate to say it, but at the same time, it is this concern of where we're going with mathematics and how do we apply that to what's happening out there? Because you keep talking about data, right? So my question to you is, And as we're talking, Dr. Parama, about opening a center for entrepreneurship and innovation and bringing some of these startups. We're in talks, going to happen next year. My question to you is also, how far are we going in terms of data analysis, mathematics? Are we looking at things like Sigma 6? Have we gotten that far yet? How about probability? Where are we on that stuff? Because that is what I'm seeing right now, especially getting Sigma 6 certification in the world of the Amazons and, supply and chain. How far have you thought about where you can take the mathematics for our students? And then when it comes to the state itself, because there is a shift now. There are Sigma 6 courses being offered free now, even in community colleges, because it's kind of the future. My question to you is...
I'm going to need a briefing on Sigma 6.
Huh?
No, I want to make sure we're covering that, but can you give a brief background of what you believe that to be?
Well, Sigma, it depends which belt you are. It starts with green belt and goes all the way to...
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a we'll talk 6 months, 6 more. Okay. But are we even going into stats and probabilities for us? We are. How far? So we are getting into those areas as well. Good. Because you are talking about data analysis as well.
Right. So obviously this is brand new, right? We have, we're almost finished one semester of explorations of data science. So that is a beginning. Our goal and part of the framework is to make sure that we're including data science in all of our courses. So in units of study that already exist in every subject, no matter if it's elementary school all the way up, we are going to incorporate data into that. The problem is we collectively don't have training on that. We have 2 teachers in our whole district who are trained in data science. And so obviously training is a good place to start. And again, getting us in a room to have those conversations to figure out where it seems so obvious to embed data into a unit of study. So your question is amazing, but we are nowhere near that conversation yet. The problem is it's changing faster than we can have those conversations. And so that is scary. It is scary, but we're going in the right direction without a doubt.
We're definitely, again, going in the right direction. I asked the same question, that's the first thing I asked our students, like, what are you going to do when you graduate? This time, the numbers were just amazingly in the field of mathematics, biology, engineering, which always gets me, excited, But again, I do want to appreciate, I love what you're doing. This is the future. And I think we're going to have, even better results with our students graduating, being prepared for what's out there in the real world, right? So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Can I make one more quick comment on that? Sorry, I'm taking up all this time, but it's crazy that people will say that I'm not good at math. When if you change that, people say, oh, I'm horrible at reading. You would feel shame, but it's almost when you say I'm bad at math, oh yeah, I'm part of that club too. I hated math also. That's right. It's such a wrong way to see things, I believe. Anyway, even make t-shirts out of
it. The power of yet. Dr. Weisberg.
I am a shameful member of the Math Trauma Club. I am not proud of it. My students don't even ask me anymore. They're like, we can't ask Dr. W. She doesn't know anything. Then I cry. Yeah. I just wanted to say a couple of quick things and then a question at the end, which is just that, as I was going through the PowerPoint in preparation for the meeting, some of the things that really jumped out at me were especially that you included changes in practice. So I teach middle school history, not math. And that's the thing that I find that we're all afraid of the most, right? If something isn't working, that we have to be willing to change it or ask ourselves, what part of the lack of, I'm going to use success, but it's not the right word, is on me as a teacher. Am I not asking the question correctly? What do I need to adjust? And so, we always ask our kids to be willing to say, I don't know. And so it's so exciting when you talk about, I don't really know the answer to that. And what a great lesson that is to model for our kids, that it's okay to not know. And it's actually really exciting to not know something because then you get to go find it out. So it was just great to read through all of that and listen to the focus about extrinsic or intrinsic motivation, which for math, for everybody, I think for a long time, that's been it. I need to know how to do this so I can get the right answer, so I can get a grade, and how amazing it must be to sort of change that paradigm for them. So all of these things just jumped out at me, and then it was doubly great to hear you talk about it tonight. So it's so phenomenal. My question is, that's it. So my question is, no, I was like, did I write anything else down? My question is this: if there were sort of no limitations for a brief moment in time, what would you need, or what do you need, or what could we give you? No money limitations, no staff limitations to help continue to grow this. Beyond, what you guys talked about in regards to parents not like telling their kids it's okay to hate math, but like material wise, staff wise, like what would you want in a dream world to help continue to expand this program? The collaborative.
That's awesome. Let's do it. I would say it'll probably be a different answer at each site at this moment, but without a doubt, the main resource is time.
Yeah.
Time to talk things through. Because those PDSA cycles, some of them are quick and some of them take a long time to try and work out. What worked so well with the algebra project at the beginning was because we were in the pandemic, we met once a week for an hour. And created curriculum and created rubrics. So like a minimum, 1 hour a week. That's pretty impossible in our current structure. But that, I would say if we were really interested in taking this to the moon, that would be the minimum of what we would need. Also becomes tricky because if you are teaching multiple subjects, that is an hour for Algebra 1 a week, and then an hour for geometry a week, and it gets tough.
But that's, it's just always helpful to know, like, sort of the what ifs. And I'm just thankful to all of you for the amount of time and investment and going above and beyond to put, because it's so much extra work. I think I speak for all of us when I say we're so thankful to all of you, and it's so great to hear about the progress. And I can't wait to hear the next time you come and tell us about all of the amazing things that you've done next. So keep us posted. Let us know if there's something going on we can come celebrate, or if there's something that we can be doing to support. I know we'd all jump at the chance.
I get it. It's a joke. It's a pie. We got it. Got it too.
How do I find? Yeah. How do I anyway. This is phenomenally. This is just phenomenal. Like, this is so exciting. It's like total nerdage. I just like to as like here's my journey on this started with Sharon Cuseo, very similarly to you. I said, Sharon, we got a math problem. I was texting and said, we've got to, what are we doing here? We got to take this on. I was a new board member, totally like had the energy, had the, like, let's go. I still have that energy. And she said, hold up. Don't do anything. We've got this collaborative coming forward. Let it take root. Thank God I listened to Sharon Cuseo. Seriously. Because what has taken root here is just so, as a math trauma survivor, right? Seriously, that is so real. Like it is so real. And what I loved hearing was just how the rubric gave you an exact point of reference, right? On what you missed. I was so overwhelmed when I got a test back with a bunch of red and no direction. My teacher was doing the best she could, guaranteed. She stayed after. I had Kim Harvey as well. She was brilliant with me. But I still feared it. And I had a mom who said, I'm not good at math. She worked in banking. But I'm not good at math, right? No, it wasn't alarming. She did great. Having said that, like, there are so many points that I'm just personally, going, wow, fantastic. Like, that would have been so beneficial. And I will say this, like, you've already heard from two board members who are saying, like, what's the pathway here? What do you need? Let's clear the runway. Let's get it done. It is more critical than ever that we hear that feedback. Why? Because our mission and what we are able to really truly spend on is narrowing. So on these items, we are doing our best to diversify the district to make us the district to send your kiddo to if you can. And the pathway for us to move forward and be successful is so critically, and it lays with all of you. It really does, because getting to A through G completion, getting those rates up, getting to a graduation plan that or graduation requirements that align with that is critical to what we need to do in the future. So when it comes to resourcing, things like that, we need to know. That timing, that, you know, it's nearly impossible to do. Let's leave what's possible to us. Just ask. I used to work in tech. Tech's philosophy on everything is break everything, right? Literally break everything. They're like, who cares? Break it. It is a culture of that, right? This is how the system works, and this is going to be, you know, we would always come back with, you know, we're trying to do this. Well, why are you honoring that system? Break it, you know? And what you've done a little bit is break math in that way. And I really appreciate that. Data science as well. I think it's phenomenal. I am a firm believer of making data science accessible sooner to our students. I just believe in that. I see it in my day-to-day job when as I work for in a policy role basically for the council president, right? Looking at how data is being applied in these meetings. We're talking to major tech companies who are saying, hey, by the way, drones are going to be around in 5 years to deliver your packages. And by the way, this is what that looks like. This is why we have to create entire highways just for drones. What? You know, and they're using data, different data models, quite literally mapping when a car leaves and when a car parks to tell the future. In so many ways and help us plan better for it. So it is so critical that any entry point is accessible. When it comes to how that's being applied, I heard, you know, Tableau. I've heard a number of the tools that we used every single day to tell the story being deployed in our classrooms. Love that, because that's job training right there. And so for folks at home who are focused on vocational education and training, who that's the words that they understand and know from back then, can now modernize that knowledge and know that that's the kind of way we can apply it now and get kids the cost of living that they deserve to live here if they want to continue to live here. So that's what's really powerful to me about it. If there's connections we can make with the tech community, let's figure that out, where that would be most useful. Their lobbyists are everywhere right now. Why? Because government is regulating tech right and left. Take advantage of that moment to secure for our kids. Let's do that. Again, who I know, great. Who your husband may know as a data, I mean, that's tech. That really is tech. And once you're in tech, you're in. But there were 4,000 job applicants for the job I got. That's how insane and on fire this place is. So I want to make sure we're making those connections to the community where we can. There's a ton of Valley Tech specific that could be useful. I don't know what's useful, so I don't want to overwhelm, but I want to make sure we're building those kind of partnerships long term that can foster this in real ways. But I don't want to hear barriers. I don't want you to say this is too expensive. We're going to break it. Why? Because that's what we have to do to remain the most competitive district we can for this community. So I can't thank you each enough as educators. Like, you're inspiring me. I'm like, yeah, like everybody needs to watch this. Everybody, like, because this is the level that you all bring to this work every day. And it is 10:15 and you're still here. So
sorry.
Plus, right, yeah. And so I'm going to go to Dr. Promo, who's jumping.
I'm jumping.
Yeah, thank you for taking care of our kids, and thank you for innovating. I'm so glad we've given you the space to do that to our community. This is why it's so important we invest in time, in just time to breathe. If we have teachers chasing the grade book every 2 seconds or chasing these different outcomes that are so temporary, we do not have this kind of professional collaboration. And there should not be fear in this school district to admit when you are struggling. And
Absolutely.
And I know Dr. Promo believes that, but I think it needs to be said from up here as well. And it has been as well.
So I give you my word, I will be as concise as possible. But this kind of discussion is so energizing. And I just want to say that I think it's absolutely amazing that we've spent over an hour talking about something instructional. Praise Jesus. What I want to say is that for the last 3 board meetings, I have been challenged by a particular person who regularly speaks under public comment about what are we doing to address academics, suggesting we're not innovative enough. And what I want to say is that this really isn't a dog and pony show, and it doesn't take a dog and pony show. What it takes is a lot of hard work, a lot of hard work. You guys know I'm obsessed with nutrition and working out. And here's what I'm going to tell you. There's no big secret to lose 10 pounds. I mean, it's not a secret. You want to lose 10 pounds, you're going to have to burn more calories than you eat. You're going to have to make sure you're not putting junk in your mouth, maybe drink some water, move around more. But it's not a big secret. It's hard. It's really hard. What they're doing is really hard work. And what they have created is a PLC. That's what they have created. Christina Considine, I love her comments. She's got a sister at Huerta. Absolutely, because that's what a PLC creates. She specifically talked about how she really appreciated the time. She specifically said time to be able to do this work. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to being able to structure time in order for the work to happen. Unfortunately, time costs money. And here's the problem is that we didn't get a lot of help when we moved to an 8:30 start time when that legislation passed, because what happened is we were not able to count those 0 period as instructional minutes. So therefore, these folks have less professional development time. It's literally been cut in half. That has not helped us when we don't have a lot of extra money to pay for the PD time. So when I see this and I see the excitement and I see you, as President Ferguson said, nerding out, this is the perfect slogan for, quite honestly, I know this is not going to go over well, of why we need a parcel tax. Yes, bonds are important. Bonds are important, but we're going to need both, because how are we going to provide the time to do this if we don't have the money to do this? And we are doing amazing things in math, but I'd love to see that in science and social studies and English. They could flourish with this. I worked in Baldwin Park Unified School District for 6 years. It's okay, right? I'm okay because I've been here for 18 and I love it more. But what I will tell you is they have a higher A through G rate. Well, why? Because they get millions of dollars more than we do, and they can structure time for teachers to do this work. And we're doing the best we can, but it's not as systemic as we would want it to be. So I hope the community really tunes into that and understands that we could be doing more. And I wish we could be doing more. And it's not for lack of interest, because our teachers are amazing.
That's right.
And I know what you said, you have 2 sisters. Are you guys related too? No. You look at brothers? You look alike. I'm sorry.
So we're,
but no, look,
no, we're not going to. Yeah. Oh my, help my soul. Okay.
Last time there was a third.
Okay. I love you all. Welcome to a school board meeting now. We're all excited, bubbly, all the things. Okay, great. Dr. Agakanian, please stop. So, thank you all. Thank you for this incredible presentation. We're so grateful. Dr. Promo?
Is there a possibility to move 11C up?
Yes, without objections from my colleagues. But first, I am going to move 11C up. I'm going to do the public hearing, though, real quick, just so we can get that out of the way.
Yes.
Thank you. So we will move to item. Thank you all. Enjoy safe trips home. Happy holidays if you celebrate. If not, have a great break. We'll move to item 12A, public disclosure of the 2023-2024 negotiated amendment to the agreement and memorandums of understanding between the Burbank Unified School District and the Burbank Teachers Association in accordance with AB 1200, Chapter 1213, Statutes 1991, AB 2756, Chapters 52, Statutes 2004, GC 3547.5. So we'll open the public hearing on that. And give the public an opportunity to comment on regarding the additional 2022-2023 wage and elementary physical education agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and the Burbank Teachers Association as presented. Any virtual speakers at this time or public speakers at this time? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on that item. Thank you. Just need to get that out of the way. Okay. And then move to, as requested, item 11C, which is the National Student Clearinghouse data with Ms. Cuseo.
Good evening, President Ferguson, members of the board, our district staff, and the Burbank community. Thank you for being gracious to move this up. That's a really hard act to follow. They had a great report. This is our National Student Clearinghouse data, and it's the data that's collected on our high school graduates and their progression through college. So we can see how many actually go to college, if they persist for the second year, and if they graduate. So can I get the slideshow up, please? Thank you. So the National Student Clearinghouse is really a repository for all of the data. So we have approximately 144 million student records across the country, and we have almost all of our colleges. It's actually 98% that participate in this, so they're keeping track. And we participate by uploading a file of all of our graduates every year to the clearinghouse, and then they connect it to all the colleges so we can track their progress. So again, it's 97% of students, 21,500 high schools, and 70% of students enrolled in participating high schools. And mostly that's because not everybody goes to college, but then secondly, we have some parents that opt their students out because they don't want their data tracked, and so we honor that too. Okay, so the first slide here is the percent of students enrolled in college immediately after high school by institution type, which means whether it's public or private. And so one of the things that happened is I'd been kind of waiting and holding on to give this report because we get new data every fall. Usually it's in the month of November, and by the end we had not received any, so I submitted my report. We took it to the governance committee, and then I got new data on Tuesday. So I just want to be able to tell you, and the reason why that's important, and I'm going to tell you what those changes are as we go through the slides, is because that data file that I was waiting for has the impact of COVID. And the report that I have here does not, because it was all the way up until, so we were waiting and waiting, because it's a delayed data point. So in this particular slide, it's talking about who enrolled immediately after high school. And you can see that on the chart, it says, we had a high of 82, we have an average of 77, and this is over time, so starting from 2015. And then most recently in 2021, we had 79%. With COVID, though, the class of 2023, that has dropped significantly to 63%. Yes. Although, I would say because this is a delayed report, we expect a similar rebound too next year. So the next one is the percent of students enrolled in college at any time during the first 2 years, because those are the 2 years where we capture most of our high school graduates in terms of them going to college. They continue and they keep trickling in after that, but the first 2 years are the most significant. And the most recent for 2021 was 86%, but again, that went down to 63 for our most recent class. So that's a significant drop. You like what? 86 better? As do I. So this one is the percent of students who returned for a second year. So they enrolled as freshmen and they came back as sophomores, which is the persistent rate. So this persistence rate, you can see the average is 91, and the good news here is that remained even with the new data we got. That data point remains at 91%. And I think that's worth highlighting, because what that really says is that we have great teachers, because our kids that go to college are prepared. And so they don't quit after that first year. They're able to persist and move on. It takes them a while to graduate, but they do have the preparation. And there's so many other factors, especially with COVID and families and economics and our community. But I think that's a good reflection on our teaching staff. So the percent of students enrolled in college immediately after high school by institutional level. So that's talking about 4 years or 2-year institutions. And so before I got the new data, in 2021, you can see that it was 70, I can't read that number, 79 or 78%, it's very small, percent of all students, right, were enrolled immediately after. And that's gone down, as I said before, to 63. And it's for 2-year, the split is 38%, and for 4-year, 25%. And so that's remained fairly constant. It's just a smaller group of students. And so what you can kind of glean from all of that is that most of our kids stay local, most of our kids start at the community college, and most of them start at Glendale, And the number one university is CSUN. So we'll get there too. So this is another important piece of data, and that's the percent of high school students who complete a degree within 6 years. And right now, you can see that that's a pretty constant number. So going all the way back to 2015 and even our current data, we don't have a new data point for that. Because that's a lagging piece, so it's 49%. So roughly half of them can graduate in that time. That doesn't mean that they're not continuing to graduate, it just takes them a little longer. So. And then this is the list of the most common institutions of higher learning that our students attend. And you can see by far, and this is a snapshot. So this is taking students who may have graduated in 2015 or 2016 to the most recent grads and a snapshot of who's attending the college right now or when this data point was taken. So you can see that Glendale Community College is still by far the number one school that our students attend. A lot of that has to do with proximity, and Pasadena and LA Valley College are right behind. And then the number one state school is Northridge, which we had talked about. And then the number one you see is Irvine, which has changed. That school kind of changes around a bit. And then the number one private school, this is a surprise, is USC. So we have more students going there, which in the past that was much more difficult. So, yeah.
Sorry. Ms. Tabby, I love you. You got to get on my.
The good part about that is, and I don't know, maybe.
I didn't say it was bad.
No, but in the last 5 to 10 years, USC was taking the top 1 to 3%. So if those numbers are going up, that means to me anyway, the way I would look at that data is that our students are achieving better. They're actually at a higher percentage, and that's a good thing. So I think it's great that is not just because I'm an alumni, but because those statistics mean something, and I think that's good.
They do. But overall, you can see that our students, even during the pandemic, there were special rules, of course, that helped them to graduate and to get into college, but have maintained their enrollment. We did have some drops. You can see the drop immediately after high school to 63%, but we are rebounding. Yes, do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I've asked this before, and I don't know if it's changed or not, but we know if they're going to college or university, right? But there's no data about if they finished it, right, or not.
Well, that's the chart that says how long it takes them to graduate, which is about most. If you look at
we don't know if they actually did graduate or not, do we?
So, according to our data, most of our students who are in college graduate within 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the bulk of them. We have a few more that take 6 years, but the snapshot is really everybody up to 6 years, but almost everybody is 4 and 5 for Burbank.
But it doesn't indicate majors, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'm going to let Ms. Poncer-Campar, of course, come into the conversation, but then I'm going to ask board members if we can hold off on the questions till the end, just so we can get through major data points. Go from there.
That was the last
That
slide.
was it, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, was not following
That's
the slides
okay.
in front of me, but listening. So go ahead, Ms.
I
Poncer-Campar.
was just going to say, we did review this at the Academic Affairs Committee, and so just to bring back a few things that folks noticed there, I think there was a question of mapping, like, we've got this kind of 50% of any of our graduates end up completing a degree within 6 years. That seems to match our A to G rate. Like, how much are those things? We would think they're correlated, but we're not sure. And I think the jury's a little still out on that. And then I think the other thing that came up was, I think we probably expect to see that 2-year college going go up, given that it has only become less expensive, especially the differential between 2-year and 4-year institutions in the time that this data has been collected. And so I don't know that that came up at the meeting, but that was something that I started to kind of think about as we were looking at this, because I know that was something that we've talked about quite a bit. Is like, why are students choosing 2-year institutions? Is it because they're not eligible for UC-CSUs, or is it because of the economics of it?
There are 2 reasons, and I think you're absolutely correct that we will see in probably next year's report more students who actually qualified for a 4-year university attending Glendale as well. Because one, like you said, because of the cost, but the other is because the families want them closer to home.
You bet.
You know?
Costs.
Yeah.
That also is
And so those 2 things will change that data point.
Thank you. I think it's also interesting to see at the UC and the Cal State how they are making real changes to basically almost eliminate that as an option for direct admission from high school. I feel like that's being phased in over time. I may be wrong, right? But transfer is going to be the path. I think more and more, because the institutions are just structured to kind of take the influx. So I think that's what we're feeding into. I look at Dr. Young and Dr. Paramo, who were sitting in and with Dr. Weisberg, all the doctors, about our community college partnerships. I'm thrilled that Glendale is the pathway for so many students. And if that's the pathway for you, keep going. But this is where we can just take and run with it. I think with the Valley College Partnership, and Ms. Ponser-Kamkar mentioned, we can get those 2 years done now if those students want to do it, or a good chunk of those 2 years done. We can give kids pathways to that now. This is another reason for a parcel tax, but or at least a conversation around it, right? So it's such a big moment for this data to come in. I'm disappointed, obviously, that we're going to have to wait a whole another year to get kind of the rebound effect, because in that margin, right, the difference between the rebound and that's what are we doing for those kids right now? We're going to fly a little blind. We're using other stats. You guys are incredible and professionals. You guys are figuring it out, but it's just something. Just thank you as always. Any further questions on this report or presentation? I will take a point of personal privilege in saying there are 2 names on the retirement report tonight, and one of them is yours. There will come a time to celebrate you, Ms. Cuseo, but if this meeting didn't highlight your impact, I don't know what does. Such a testament to this community and our teachers and our education staff here. You are one of ours, and we are so grateful that you have spent so many years with us, all your years, it looks like. Yeah. And so I will be asking that the board bring back for consideration our highest honor, which is a board resolution for you to celebrate. And obviously there are other considerations that are before us now, but just thank you. And
thank you.
We're going to celebrate you till the end, but had to do that initial, as I know you might be leaving. So.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. With that, Sharon. It's incredible what one person can drive in terms of outcomes. What just truly. 3-month enrollment report, 2023, 2024. Who can I call on for that? Dr. Paramo. I'm talking about the enrollment report. Yes. Thank you. Dr. Young.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Young, who's going to be giving us the enrollment report.
Good evening, President Ferguson, board members, staff, and community. I'm stepping in for Stacy Cashman this evening, and you have her PowerPoint in your packet, and it's available for the public. I'm not sure that we're able to project it at this point, but there's really a lot of great information, and given the late hour, it may be best to highlight it, the highlights anyways. So we're going to be talking about student enrollment numbers, interdistrict permits, so the students that we bring in from other districts, as well as those that we release to districts around us, and also those that we cap, meaning some of our classrooms, some of our grade levels, some of our entire schools sometimes are at capacity, and then we do something that we call capping, meaning this classroom or that grade level at this school is closed, or this entire school potentially is at capacity and capped and closed, and so we provide opportunities at other places with the opportunity to return when space allows. So based on our 3-month enrollment report, the district currently has 14,367 students in grades TK through 12. And this number reflects a decrease of 257 compared to this same time last year. So we've talked about declining enrollment, and from last year to this, that is the decline, 257 students less. Within this enrollment, this number of students, 14,367, 1,316 of them are here with us on inter-district permits, meaning inter or between districts coming to us from other districts. So that's a good number. And it's a strong way to buttress and build up as we're in decline. And I do want to say, especially for the community members watching, declining enrollment is nothing unique to Burbank Unified. It's definitely something happening throughout the region, throughout the state. And if you tune into most any board meeting, if any district, anywhere throughout California, especially in Southern California, you will hear talk of declining enrollment and what that means. So within our 14,367 students and within the group of interdistrict permits at 1,316, the majority of them are at the high school level, 577. But we also have a good number at the elementary level, 435, and also at the middle school level with 304. So considering the number of permits that we have, 1,316, how many do we lose to other districts? How many go elsewhere? We released 71. So that's a good indicator that our community is very happy, wanting to stay here, not looking to leave. But the reality is, Glendale and Burbank, as a simple example, many of our teachers may live in Glendale and choose to release and come to Burbank. And similarly, Burbank residents may work in Glendale and choose to say, it's just more convenient for our family. And so we release. And in situations like that, I think are the most common. Capping. So when we are at capacity, currently we have 59 capped students who cannot attend their elementary schools. This number is down by 26 from this same time last year. And second grade, just informationally, is the most impacted grade. BUSD also was in a unique situation last year, and we capped Muir Middle School for the first time, really. And so 71 students were placed either at Luther or at Huerta, being in that capping situation. And so fiscal impact, just quick summary. Permits this year account for $18.4 million additional dollars coming to us, since we're funded based on student enrollment and attendance rates. And that figure is based upon $13,947 per student as an allocation.
Almost 10% of our budget.
Basis. So we're doing really an amazing job of bringing people in, building strong programs as we've seen that generate a great deal of interest, and as they should. And for our community to be aware, we begin new student enrollment in 1 month, January 22nd. So talk to your friends, your neighbors. We're definitely reaching out to businesses, to local chambers, and letting people know if you work here as little as 10 hours a week in our district, then you can qualify for a permit to bring your student or your children here. And informationally, people aren't always sure, well, transitional kindergarten or kindergarten. If your child turns 5 by September 1st, 2024, so next September, then they would qualify for kindergarten. And for transitional kindergarten, which is for younger kids, that is for students born between September 2nd, 2019 and June 2nd, 2020. So lots of information is coming in posters and email blasts and flyers and
Yeah. Okay, lots of questions. This is great. Yeah, we'll go to Ms. Ponser-Kamkar first, and then Dr.
Sure.
Weisberg. That work?
I think Dr. Weisberg and I may have the same question, which is like, why second
Second
grade?
grade.
And then the interdistrict permit process starts March 11th, right? It starts after the Burbank resident application.
So we've looked at tightening and moving up as many of the timelines as we can. And so Student Services is going to be sharing information soon about inter and intra-district permits. What we're trying to do is, have a time frame in line with when people make decisions about attending private schools or not. And a lot of times people need to know their options and about, a little earlier. So we're working on that. Second grade, sometimes there are just larger cohorts of students that move through. So it'll be interesting to see if next year we similarly are impacted at third grade. But Dr. Knappich may have some insight.
Microphone, if you can. Sorry about that.
More than likely, it's birth rate. Yeah.
It's amazing how those...
It's a bubble group.
Yeah.
We've had it every now and then.
Yeah, I know we...
COVID.
Anyway, okay.
I don't know.
Some years birth rates are higher.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Heck of a year.
We actually talked about this briefly in closed session, but just talking about, it's not a votable thing.
Okay.
Don't worry. Just talking about how we can really expand, getting the information out in regards to the 10 hours a week. So really targeting our unions, our places of business, our chamber, Amazon, like every place that is a large pool of employment, I think is going to be hugely important. And President Ferguson also brought up briefly too that how much Spanish outreach and Armenian outreach are we doing? I just think that we have to look at what we've done and then think about things we haven't. And I think that we can, be expanding. We talked about this, right? Like a lot of the union people that I've spoken to recently, and we have so many in Burbank, didn't know about this, and we're so excited to find out about it. So I don't know the best way to reach everybody other than, and I volunteer as tribute, like literally dropping off flyers and getting it to the LA Fed, who can then disseminate it. Like, I think there's some really big pools we haven't tapped into yet. But it's really exciting to hear the 71 number that people recognize that here is the place to be.
Yeah.
So thank you, and thank you for stepping in. I know you weren't supposed to be presenting this, so thank you for stepping in last minute to do it.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And thanks to the Student Services Office, our front office teams at all of our sites, and all of our teachers for creating such a great place that's so enticing and creates such a great experience for our students.
Thank you. And I do want to say, one, you're absolutely right about Student Services, and I want to give credit. This was such a challenge for us years ago. Ms. Tabbitt will remember just how, the numbers would just fluctuate. We were trying to do our best to stabilize this, and we have. And that really comes from a lot of collaboration, a lot of different relationships, and yes, our front office folks who are directing folks to the right folks to get help. That is huge. So just thank you to everybody who's helped make these numbers more actionable. we have to say, like, when it comes to, we're finally having board meetings where we can really start thinking through problems, and I was just talking to Dr. Weisberg, like, we're itching to go, what if we did this? What if we, right? And we're very solutions driven now. And like, how do we, but I really do think that we have to consider, again, Spanish language, Armenian language outreach, and who is focused on that. I think we are missing, if we're talking about 71 students as a net, like, loss, there's so much to be gained there. And I'm not saying we neutralize the budget impact. Ms. Bonser Kamkar immediately, as soon as the enrollment number popped out, was shooting out the dollar amount, right? Before the presentation got there. Love her for that. Again, we're talking about 20% of our budget, or 10% of our budget just coming from out of, what has been referred to as derogatory, as somebody else's children. They're not our challenge, absolutely, that's our mission. And now it's 10% of our budget. So we need to do this work, but if we think that we're accessing all the communities, I think Dr. Weisberg is absolutely right. I think we are talking to some tier. We're not digging deep enough on this front. And I think it's costing us now. So I know that this is, there's a million different priorities juggling. We just talked about the math. Now we're talking about this. We're all excited. But I think there are really practical investments we can be making that cover these bases more effectively. I know staff is all open to that. I love this team for that reason. But we really need to get those answers because I think it is our survival. I think it is. So thank you. And heard loud and clear. I'm getting nods, so I appreciate that. And we'll keep moving. But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to, yep. We're on to new and unfinished business. So we had the public hearing, so we'll move to item 13A, approval of the 2023-2024 negotiated amendment to the agreement and memorandums of understanding between the Burbank Unified School District and the Burbank Teachers Association in accordance with AB 1200 and AB 2756. I'll ask for a motion at this time.
President Ferguson.
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we approve the 2023-2024 negotiated amendment to the agreement and memorandum of understanding between Burbank Unified School District and Burbank Teachers Association as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Any further discussion on this? We did have the public hearing. We had no speakers. Just for me, and I know from the rest of the board and staff, thank you to the Burbank Teachers Association for continuing to be a partner with us through this year.
Thank you.
This is huge. We're so glad we can get this to your members. Thank you. And to all of our teachers, thank you. CSEA, other bargaining units, we're getting there. Come on, folks, we got it. So with that, we'll get this approved and moving. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to our next item, which is item 13B, approval of the two-tiered hiring freeze for classified certificated management and positions. I'm going to ask for a motion, then we'll go to a discussion on, or a brief presentation. Ms. Tabbitt.
Mr. President Ferguson, I move that the Board of Education approve the two-tiered hiring freeze for classified certificated and management positions effective December 8th, 2023 as presented.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Tabbitt, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. We'll go forward with the presentation. Go ahead.
Just briefly, the Tier 1 positions, as Dr. Promo mentioned before, these are positions that are legally or contractually required. So this is something that we have to fill this position in order to make sure we provide the services to our students. So that's Tier 1. And so those positions will basically go through the same process. Now we'll just move forward with those positions without board approval. The Tier 2 positions, there'll be some discussion between the superintendent, the board president. There'll be decisions being made on a daily basis. The Human Resources Department will be providing you with a list so you'll know who, if we have positions. At this point in time, we don't have that many, every day. So if we have any of these type of positions, we'll let the board president know with the superintendent, and then it'll either be decided at that level, or if it seems more controversial, it can come to the full board for approval on a Tier 2.
Question, I assume this is already happening, but can we please keep BTA leadership updated on this process?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And not only BTA, but also our CSEA.
Yes, absolutely, CSEA too.
Thank you.
I was just curious about the logistics of the updating the board president every day on the list. You said it's short. Is that standard
Yes.
practice? That's a lot.
So
Yes, just my understanding, this is the practice that we have done in the past, and
Yes.
it works fairly well. Again, at this point in the year, we're not having daily hiring kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So as they come up, we'll let you know on that daily basis as they come up.
And the history on this is that this was introduced originally, I believe, during the pandemic. And so it was directly correlating to what we could provide and how quickly we could be responsive. So I don't think we necessarily need daily. I think that's a good flag.
It says it's appropriate.
Yes, so, but truly, like, have flexibility on that front, but, and getting reports to the whole board matters, as well. So that was Dr. Reynolds at the time, so she could green light real quick, but keeping us all informed is important. It was just a pandemic-specific strategy. But we did save millions last time as a result of really kind of discerning which ones were essential and which ones we could wait. Even a few weeks saves dollars and cents that we can redistribute. Okay? Thank you so much for the report on that front. Any other questions on this? Seeing none, we'll move forward with this, and we'll keep in not just BTA, our BASA, and as well as our CSEA as well. I know that that's definitely the spirit of what you were offering, so we'll continue to move forward with that. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. And I will flag, this was agendized and requested before the announcement of a state budget slowdown. So we are on this, we are tracking this actively, and we're doing this well as a team. So just thank you to Dr. Parmo and everybody for the collaboration here. We will move to item 13C, which is the approval of the agreement for professional services out of Human Resources. Can I get a motion?
Board President Ferguson,
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we approve the agreement for professional services as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Any further discussion on this item? This is for Jeff Martirosyan, who is providing services as an attorney to the district. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. On to item, 13D. This is such a short agenda, but such a long agenda.
Indeed.
The acceptance of gifts. Bueller?
Mr. President, I guess that's
Didn't
me.
want to steal your thunder.
Mrs. Bueller.
Mrs. Bueller.
I'm tired, wow. I move that the Board of Education take formal action accepting the following gifts to the district, and that our board president convey, I cannot speak tonight,
It's late.
appreciation to the donors as presented, please.
Moved by Ms. Tabbitt, seconded by Dr. Agakanian to approve the gifts and to accept the gifts. Seeing no further discussion on this, we'll move forward with a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. And with that, I will, for one of the last times, go through our gift report real quick and just express our thanks. Again, no matter how big or small, all of these gifts are making a difference today in the lives of our students. So thank you. To the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation, who's donated $5,000 to be used towards IMA instruments and method books at Luther Burbank Middle School. Thank you. To the Thomas Jefferson PTA, who's donated $10,000 to be used towards bus transportation for all grade field trips in 2023 and 2024. Thank you. To Providencia PTA, who has donated $17,000 to be used towards the Education Through Music Los Angeles project or program, and who has also donated $1,775 to be used towards a BMX assembly. We thank you for that work and that donation. To the Burbank High School Burbank High School softball boosters, who have donated $3,500 to be used towards the fall coaches stipend, as well as another fall coach stipend for $3,500. We thank you for those contributions as well. To the Education Foundation, who's donated $300 towards Miss Campbell's Diversity Library, towards Miss Wertlieb's Reading is Fundamental, and to Ms. Wizar's Counseling Center, we thank you for those contributions, and to the foundation for their contributions of $494 to be used in Ms. Scholl's class at Miller. And finally, last but not least, definitely, to the Miller Fundraising Committee, who has donated $55,000 to be used towards materials and supplies at Miller Elementary School. huge, especially I know for that community. We want to thank the Miller community for all their hard work on that front. With that, thank you, everybody, and we will go to the consent agenda for items 14A through 14H, and then we had 14I, which was pulled from the agenda. So just for your notes, board members. So again, 14A through 14H and 14J.
Board President Ferguson.
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we approve items 14A through 14H and 14J as presented.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. To move forward with the consent agenda, any further questions or items which board
Wait.
members wish to pull? Hold on. Yep. Who do I go to? Can I go to her?
I'm just clarifying, we have a 14K and L.
So 14K now as well. Are you good with including that in the motion as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you. So that way, thank you, Dr. Weisberg. Make
Sure.
we're getting it all done tonight. And Dr. Agakanian, I'm assuming you're good with that?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. That's verbal yes. So we're going to move forward with the full, including K and L? K and L. Yes. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Quiterio, as well, for pointing that out. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. With that, we have concluded the business of our agenda tonight. What an exciting meeting. What amazing things continue to happen in Burbank Unified. We do have retirements. Ms. Quiterio is looking at me like, what? Don't forget it. I won't. First, obviously, yes, go ahead.
Also adjourning in Walter Collier.
Yes, so, she keeps me on my toes, people. She keeps me moving. Anyway, first, our retirements. Sharon Cuseo, we saw earlier tonight. She will be concluding her service at basically New Year's, New Year's Eve, and began her service September 7th, 1989. Year of my birth. So, shows you the level of dedication. Just saying, I feel so grateful to her and so many others for that service. Huge. And to Lori Harmon, who's a counselor, who began her service in September of 1997. We're just so grateful to both of them for their service here in the Burbank Unified School District. All long tenures of service. It's a great place to work. And with that, we will adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Mr. Collier, and we'll have a more formalized adjournment in his memory later at a future meeting to go from there. With that, happy Hanukkah, happy first night of Hanukkah.
Thanks.
And to everybody at home, thanks for watching. We're adjourned.